something. No, y'all, you don't understand. Listen to me. I am not a petite human, okay? And typically, if I'm in a room, I feel like I'm in the top 10% toughest people in the room, okay? I'm in the top 10%. I went to go talk to this group of 30. I was scared of everybody. No, I was even scared of the janitor because he looked like he could do some stuff. These men that were about to deploy on some missions, oh, let me tell you something. The unity that I saw, I sat there at that lunch table sitting there talking to them. You know what they told me? They said, Chris, we don't get surprised by obstacles. We expect them. Hold on. And he said, I've got to make sure I do my job to the best of my ability so I don't let my brothers and sisters down. And they looked at me, and I could see it. Later on, they were dressed in their stuff. And you ever seen the American flag, how the stars are facing forward instead of back? And I said, oh, I've always wondered. I have to ask them. I said, hey, I'm curious about this. I've seen where the stars are facing this way instead of over to the right. He said, He said, it's because we run to the battle, not from it. I got goosebumps this big on my body. And I'm sitting there looking at him, and he's looking at me dead in my eye because he meant that. Runs to the battle. Can you imagine if we adopt that mindset and you run to your people? You run to them. You don't avoid them. You run to them because they know you're going to have their back. And they trust you, and they love you, and they care about you too. See, people typically don't think about this, but as leaders, we strive for loyalty. We want somebody to be on our side. And we forget how vulnerable that can make us. I think that leadership vulnerability is absolutely crucial because it keeps you human and it keeps you rooted. To understand your people have a choice. They can go work somewhere else if they want to, but I want you to do something special. Create an environment they can't imagine not working with you. They can't fathom going anywhere else. Why? Because what you've created is special. And they feel it because they wake up on Sunday excited to go to work on Monday. They're excited to get in there to find out, what are you going to do this week? I love to think out of the box. I found when I had my mortgage company, my team was into wrestling. They all of them, the ladies were into it and everything. It was amazing. And so I found online a fake wrestling belt. So I ordered it. $230, right? It came in, I walked in the staff meeting with the belt over my shoulder like this. I did the staff meeting, didn't say anything. They didn't hear a word I said. They were looking at the belt like this. I said, all right, y'all, go have a good day. They were like, hold up. What's up with the belt? I go, this little thing? I go, oh, it's for the sales champion. Sales champion of the week gets the belt. And I said, so, yep, have a good week. I ran into my office and closed the door because I wanted to hear what was going to go down. And I put my ear to the door, and they were like, oh, yeah. The energy level shot up 50%. These jokers were out there like this. I'm getting that belt. The next Monday, Laurie won it. So I brought the belt in, and I put the belt around her. She's a size 2. Belt hit the floor. Boom. I said, honey, you're going to have to put this over your shoulder. Sure enough, 2 hours later, I go in the break room to get some coffee. Laurie is standing in there with the belt on her shoulder, sipping some coffee. I said, girl, what are you doing? She goes, drink coffee. I go, I know what you're doing. Why do you have the belt? She said, because I'm the sales champ. Her voice got deep and everything. I got scared. $230 as an experiment. We raised revenue 22% that quarter. Stay connected. Think like a scientist. Don't be scared to try some stuff to get your team pumped up. Don't be scared to even look silly if you have to, right? Don't take yourself so serious as a leader that you can't have some fun. Freddie on my team, I was a little late starting to a staff meeting. I was on a call. He started the staff meeting as me. Freddie was like, all right, everybody, here's what we're going to do today. And everybody's like, Freddie, you're so funny. I walk in and people stop laughing. Freddie's like, what's wrong with y'all? And they were like this. No. They were looking like, it's not causes a ripple effect. You see, if I were to show you this picture, you would look at the mountains first. No, my friends, look at the ripple. See, those mountains are huge, massive. Do you know what size stone you need to cause a ripple? A little bitty one. What I'm telling you is a little bit of effort can make a big impact. You can start to do some stuff differently and create the environment that you've always dreamed of. The kind of place that you're happy to go work at because you know you're polishing and shining people day in and day out. I'll tell you this again. A good leader can help someone get better at their job, but a great leader can help someone get better at their life. And I had a coach that was that man for me. He told me, played football. I know y'all see me in my skinny jeans and think maybe I ran cross country. No, played football. And as a freshman, I was elected to second team All-American. And I was so pumped up. And he goes, hey, you can make first team. I go, the voting just came out. Can't we celebrate like a day? He goes, didn't know what your dreams were. You know how he got me for the national championship game? He pulled me in, he said, hey, I saw your grandmother and grandfather out there. He said, do them proud. The tears that ran down my face that day. That man knew me and knew my family situation, what my grandparents meant to me. I couldn't speak. I couldn't talk. He said, do them proud. And I thought, I'll show you. I'll show you. And we did as a team, but I'll never forget that statement. And when my first book hit the bestseller list, guess who called me? He used to call me Curtis, my first 6 months on campus. My name is Chris. And he used to get so mad at him. I go, Coach, my name's Chris. He goes, I'm sorry, my bad. All right, Curtis, get over here. So flash forward some 15 years later, I'm in Baltimore, Maryland. Just finished a media hit, my phone rings. I pick it up, I was like, hello? He said, Curtis. The tears that came down my face to hear his voice. Some 15 years later, you know what he told me? Never forget it. He goes, son, he never had kids. So he said, son, you did me proud. He changed my life because he cared. He changed my life because he pushed me. He didn't let me get comfortable. He saw more in this little country boy than I saw for myself. And I told him 3 months before he passed away that he had done me proud. And as a father figure, I'd never forget him. And that I would try to impact people's lives like he impacted mine because I didn't want to let him down. 3 months later, the phone call comes. He went on home. And here's the thing. I know I'll see him again one day, and I'll hug him. But you know what I want to do in the meantime? I want to keep making him proud, my grandparents proud, and everybody else. So live to lead. Do me a favor. Do the best you can, be a servant leader, and do somebody proud. God bless you.
Chris Hogan. All right, well, I am going to share. That's powerful. That's powerful. And I have so many notes, I don't know what to choose. Do you have your A, C, and your T? Did you remember? Okay, I have so many, it's hard to choose, but there's, Chris is a best-selling author, and his most recent book is called Everyday Millionaires, and we want you to get that book today. It's an incredible book that's changing the way people think. Is there any wonder why he's Dave Ramsey's #1 guy? So let's give it up again for Chris Hogan. Okay, so my takeaway, I kept changing it, like, oh, now this is gonna be my takeaway, and my #1 takeaway. And so I think when he said, coach, do him, when the coach said, do him proud, what that said to me was that the coach knew what deeply mattered to Curtis. Did you catch that? It mattered to Chris. And so that's something I want to apply and teach, because sometimes if we're good at doing something, we don't necessarily turn around and teach people to look for those important things that matter to our team, so that we are creating, and doing that, we do what he said at the very beginning, is creating an environment that they can't imagine leaving. We are really so grateful that Chris spent this time with us. He really does have the voice of God and just such a great heart for people, and we can learn so much from him. Well, I am very excited to introduce our next speaker. Recently, she was the Senior Vice President of Apple Retail out of California. She redesigned stores and reimagined the experience for the clients. We all benefited from that. And she recalibrated the way that her 70,000 global employees did business. So please welcome to the stage for a fireside chat. Have you ever thought, you heard a couple of leaders and you thought, boy, I'd love to be in on a conversation with them, or you see somebody at a restaurant, or maybe even you see them lined up here and you think, boy, I would really love to be in on that conversation. We get that today. Today we get to be in on a fireside chat as we welcome back to the stage John Maxwell and Angela Arendts.
Have you had a good time so far? Well, we're very excited. Angela, thank you for coming. I tell you, I was so excited when you shared with me you could do this, because I admire you as a leader, and we've known each other now for a few years. And I just tell you, every time I'm with you, you raise the level for me as far as me wanting to be a better person and a better leader. And I know you're going to do that with this audience as I ask you some questions today. So let's get going, okay?
Okay.
Question number one.
We have a big bar to raise after Chris.
Yeah. I'm going to talk to you about your current leadership journey. You just left Apple in April. So what are you doing now? Catch us up. We'd love to hear this.
I'm trying to take a little time off for the first time in 42 years. It's
Well, good for you. Come on, let's start right there.
And I'm trying to take some physical and some digital time off, though. So if you don't get a response to an email for a while, that's on purpose. But I'm also just trying to reconnect with things that are really important to me. I changed my LinkedIn profile, and I said, you know, it always have to have a career, and it says. And so I said, I want to be a better mom and a better wife and a better daughter and a better friend and a better sister, because for 42 years, I've been maybe an okay leader, but I maybe have, you know, lived with a lot of guilt, not being as great of a person as I wanted to be. So we took the entire family last July on a mission trip to Rwanda. We've supported Charity Water for 10 years, and you know, I sent an email to the kids and said, Dad and I are going, you want to go? And all of them jumped in, and so that's the founder of Charity Water, and it was amazing looking at 98 projects that are underway. But I've got 2 kids in London, so we spent some time in London and Barcelona. We've just been traveling, my husband and I, every other week, and just trying to reconnect. And lost my dad a year ago after you and I spoke. He was in Chicago, and he passed away about a month later, so spent a lot more time with Mom and the family. And so it's been too fast and too busy, and I need more time.
You know, before I go to that second question, does that not resonate with all of us? I mean, as we're listening to her, I'm listening to you, and I'm saying, yeah, that too fast, too busy, not giving enough time for personal reflection, family, just the important things that really matter. So you kind of brought us back to you kind of centered us a little bit on that first one. So thank you very much. Let's go to your passion, because I know you're a great lady of passion. Could you sum up your passion in like a simple sentence for us just to grab hold of today? What's the passion of your life?
Yeah, it's not even a sentence. I would say it's a word. It's called people. And it was so funny listening to Chris and listening to you earlier, because honestly, we could have skipped my session, because you've heard everything that I have to say, you guys have both just said, and which in one respect makes me feel really, really great. But then I feel like it's going to sound repetitive, but it is people. I'm from a really big family, and you know, when Chris was talking about fine, you know, my mom we would come home and how are you? And if you said fine, she'd be like, I didn't raise you to be fine. Start again. How are you? I mean, so many similar things. And so it's all, my life has always been about people. And you know, I was raised do unto others. You know, I was raised whatever you give, you get tenfold in return.
That's right. And
try it with a smile, try it with a hug, try it with, and so my passion is people, and my passion is helping them be and make the greatest impact they can, be the best version of themselves, and I feel honored every day to do that.
You always have shown that to me too, your love for people. And I was doing a conference recently, and I was sharing with the leaders that, you know, when you stop loving the people, stop leading the people. Mm-hmm. Because it's the love that gives that connection of a leader with his or her people. Mm-hmm. You do it so well. Okay, well, let's talk about some lessons that you've learned. You were CEO of Burberry, had a very, very, very successful career there, and that's kind of where you and I got acquainted. Yeah. And then, of course, you went to Apple and just had an incredibly high position there. I think number 3 in the whole company organization. But so talk to me about, you've learned a lot of lessons. Pull out a few for us, would you?
Yeah, absolutely. So just pivoting off of people, I mean, you know, it's team. But I think that it is team that shares the same values, mission, and purpose, because you're not a team if you don't.
Yeah.
And
you're just a group.
yeah, exactly. So, you know, at Burberry, it started with Christopher and I, and then we always said that we wanted to build the kind of company that we both always dreamed of working for. I had never been a CEO before. He had never been a chief creative officer before. We needed each other, and we needed to surround ourselves with a team of amazing people, again, that we just naturally trusted. And I always say that when you do that, when you build this values-based team and everybody trusts each other, then it unlocks this incredible gift that we all have. It unlocks your intuition. People can start to dream, and they can dream and focus on the possibilities instead of just,
that's right,
you know, down focusing on the probabilities. So it's so it always begins and ends with team. But I would then go on and say that what team and intuition, and then I would say that I had 3 or 4 really good things. The team then creates this incredible culture.
Yeah.
And then that culture, and I always say cultures are living, breathing things. And to me, that culture gets so connected that people can then start to stand outside of themselves and watch everyone else's light shine, right? Because it becomes a culture is not, it's about the team. It's not about the individual at all. And when that culture is so closely connected, then I say that that's human spirit at work. It's this incredible energy, and it just creates this tremendous momentum. And if you don't have that, then the company's not going to move forward. Because the 4th one is that you have to move. You got to move fast. You know, I always say it's an Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, WeChat, WeWork world today, and everything is changing. And our leadership has to change as well. And if leadership doesn't change, people aren't going to trust, they're not going to use their instincts, and the designs and the products and the services aren't going to evolve and change. So I think, like Chris said, it begins with us. And those are the 4 things that I've learned.
You know, can I just ask you a question? Because I think the challenge we find as leaders often is the quickness, the speed of change. Can you just kind of talk to us from your heart for a moment about how you have been able to move quickly and shift quickly and adjust quickly to seize the moment? I would just love for you to kind of pull that out just a little.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's funny. So I've been incredibly insecure my whole life. And so, and half of it is because I'm a 50-50. I am half right brain and half left brain. And the education system is very left brain. And so you always feel a little lost, right? But as I've grown older and I've learned to use my instincts, I've learned to listen. And again, this is something Chris called out. But I was always a spectator in the family. I'm one of 6 kids. And I learned to listen. And as you got out in business, because I always felt I didn't know.
Yeah.
And so I had to learn. And every company I've been at, I've listened before I've ever put a strategy together, before I've ever communicated anything. You know, when I went into Apple for the first 6 months, I mean, talk about feel like an idiot. I mean, I am not from that sector. You know, I asked if there was a dictionary for the acronyms because I didn't understand so much of it. But I went out to over 100 stores and I sat with teams everywhere.
Yeah.
And I just listened. And then I said, okay, here's the plan. We're going to turn ourselves upside down because you have a voice and we need you to help be a part of building the strategy. You know I don't. So let's do this together. You've been here a lot longer than I have. But we're also going to turn ourselves inside out because you are serving 500 million people around the world every day. You are a part of the community and you have to reflect the community. And so I want to hear from you, but I need you to listen to the community as well. And you need to help us define what Apple has to do more of in the community.
That's beautiful. And when you got that relationship going, they're giving you what you need to do so that you because when you lead from a distance, you don't know as quickly unless they come and help you alongside. And it looks to me like you just kind of cemented that relationship so that you could, as a team, move quicker.
Yeah, and I don't want to make it sound so simple. I mean, we took about a dozen kids and we said, we're going to create this little thing called Share Your Ideas. So I did a video and I told at that point the 55, 60,000 around the world, I said, so when you have ideas, here's the plan. And we got slammed. And so I don't want to oversimplify it. I mean, I actually had to end up bringing in a company. We had to create an app inside. And then it just absolutely took off. But when you ask, they will absolutely give. So do be prepared to handle it.
Because it's not going to be always what you expect. But if you listen and you work together, then it just takes it to a whole new level. So let's talk about women and helping women lead. In your experience, what are some things that companies and organizations should do to develop more women in leadership? This is a really important question.
It's a really important question, and it is funny because being a woman in business for over 42 years, but I think it's because I was one of 6 kids and 5 of us were girls. And so my dad never let us play the gender card. I mean, my dad would never let us use, right? And you know, he always said that you know, he raised us to be strong and to be independent and to always just, you know, rely on ourselves, et cetera. So it was funny, only until recently did I realize, you know, what a bigger challenge, et cetera, it was. And so I think it starts at the very beginning. I think we need to give more women the opportunity up front.
Yes.
Right? Just hire more. And then how hard is it just to treat everybody equal? Right? Regardless of what that is. Pay, benefits,
yeah.
How hard is it? And then when it comes time to promote, same thing, right? And so I think it kind of starts there. But then, you know, kind of preparing for this question a little bit, because I have not overthought it in my life. I've just been head down, you know, working hard, being a great mom and a great wife and a great executive. So I haven't really overthought it. But I thought, if I were in a position, what would I do? And maybe we've done a little of this. But I would also put together much more flexible programs in the future. I think that if we encourage our women to be better wives and to be better moms and to be better sisters and daughters, et cetera, and allow the flexibility, and then I think they will absolutely, I think it's a huge retention. I think they'll be more loyal. I think they'll be, and it's not that men don't need the flexibility. Again, this is not a gender thing. Every relationship is different. But I think that from my own perspective, you know, there are absolutely certain things I do that my husband won't do. I mean, I used to always laugh at him and say, I need a wife. I need something to do these things that you're not going to do. And that's just in our relationship. But so I think more flexibility. I think encourage them to start their families. Encourage them to never miss a school event. They will be happier and they will be much better employees for you.
That makes so much sense. Wasn't that a great answer? That just makes all the sense in the world. Well, let's talk about advice for leading at a higher level. what advice would you give women and men who want to go, Angela, to a higher level? They want to keep going up. Give us some advice on how to keep doing that.
Yeah, again, I almost don't know what that means because I've never even thought like that before, right? It's each day at a time, each job at a time, and I don't think it matters if you're leading 50 people or you're leading 50,000 people. Your calling may not be to lead 50,000 people. Your calling may be to lead 2 or 3 or 5, or right? And so I think that because the irony is when you're thinking, I want to lead higher, it's I. Yeah. Instead of, what can I do? How can I make an impact? How can I make them great and then make the company great? And then, trust me, one day you'll wake up and you'll think, wow, how in the world did I possibly get here? I was never focused on being a CEO. I was never focused on leading 70,000 people as of last May. Never in my wildest dreams. I just cared. I leaned in. I listened. I did the best I could every day. And my dad always said, never forget where you came from. And so this is who I am. Tried to be nice and kind and giving and caring and always do unto others. I mean, it's just how I was raised. But I never, ever once thought, how do I get to a higher level? Never once. I've never asked for a promotion. I've never asked for a raise. And when I finally got the CEO card, I've never handed one out. Because I just don't think it's about that.
I love this. You're so comfortable in your own skin. And I think that's very obvious to me, but I also think people that try to seek promotions and rise up, I think they lose their way. I think a lot of times, if we just did the right thing, the right situation and circumstances will evolve for us.
Absolutely.
And that's what you've done.
I've always said, stay in your lane.
Yes.
You know what your lane is. You know who you are. And when I would interview, kids as they would come in, and I would say, I have an hour. You know who you are, right? You've got enough experience. That's why but who are you? And what do you dream of? And what do you want to do? And if I can help put you in the right place at the right time, then you'll soar. But I think it's the same for all of us, right? If you're supposed to do that, great. Dream of it, work hard. But yeah, just focus on doing a great job every day.
Great advice. Great advice. Okay, number 6.
We're falling as behind as you did this morning.
We're just staying right. Can you share with us what your experience has been as a mentor and as a mentee, having great leaders mentor you, and you, of course, mentoring people? So you've been on both sides. Talk to us about that, because it's such an important subject, this whole process of how do I make the most out of the person that's above me, that's mentoring me, and then how, of course, do I make the most for the person I'm trying to pour into?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very important, and it's a great, great question, and I have never figured out a way to do it one-on-one, never. And so what we would learn, I am huge on group meetings. And I'm huge on collaboration, because then I feel I have the opportunity to mentor a lot of people. Okay. I'm huge on digital communication, whether it's, videos and, just 3 thoughts in 3 minutes or less. At Burberry, we did a video every week. At Apple, we did a video every single week just to connect and unite everyone. But because the companies have gotten so big, and I should actually back up and say, I actually believe that I'm mentoring every day, by every action, by how I say good morning and hello, by thanking someone, so I feel that anytime I walk into a company or my family or a hotel, I feel like I am mentoring. I feel like everybody is watching everything you do, every move you make, and you have the ability to mentor and to make an impact to everybody. One of the reasons, and I have over the years gotten tons and tons of emails and calls, would you mentor me? Would you? And and I always say, but I don't have that hour. I love you, you're great. And I used to tell our leaders, we would have monthly management review meetings, and then we'd have big strategic meetings. And I would always encourage every one of my direct reports, all 17 at Burberry and Apple, to bring as many people as you could to the meeting. Because then you have the opportunity to talk to so many people. And as you say things over and over and over, you end up almost creating these taglines that cause this huge ripple effect. And we talked a lot at Burberry, how does, I'm gonna get it backwards now, but how many lives can we touch and transform by the power of our performance? I mean, that just became a tagline inside of the company. And I was going around the stores at Apple and meeting with so many, and they kept talking about all Steve Jobs told them to do was to enrich lives. That was their job. But 6 months on, I felt it was my job to enrich their lives. And so, we came up with another motto that says, enriching the lives of our employees is as important as enriching the lives of those they serve. Absolutely. And so, but you do that through group meetings, through repetition. And so I think I mentor every day, and then I think I put together bigger forums, if you will, to mentor as many as you can. I've never been good at the one-on-one, and it's not always been the greatest return on my time invested. So,
but I think you would agree that example. I mean, again, we're mentoring whether we know it or not.
Absolutely.
So we need to be intentional in who we are and what we do, because we know, somebody's watching. People do what people see.
Absolutely.
And it's the only way that we can say, as a mentor, it's the only way we could really say, follow me, is if we have that example. So you basically did it more in groups, kind of like maybe what I was talking about earlier, the leadership table, bring them around the leadership table.
Exactly.
And just let it become kind of cross-cultural and transactional in that setting.
Absolutely. And then you follow it up in everything, right? As you start to celebrate the successes, then you've got to be consistent on social media. Whenever we would do something really big, and then I would post it on LinkedIn, so that most of my followers on LinkedIn are teams that I've led before. And so again, then they read that and they're like, okay, I see the consistency. I see this is not just corporate speak. I see this thread of.
Next question. Let's talk about advice to young leaders. What would you say is the greatest misconception young leaders have today and about the journey of leadership? And what would you say to them? Because they maybe have this. What's the biggest misconception, and what would you really say to them? In this age of big data and algorithms, and leadership is not a left brain linear journey. Yeah. Leadership, and again, I sit here almost intimidated by Chris earlier because he said it so perfectly, right? And you lead with your heart, and you feel, and and it's all, every individual. You're looking people in the eyes, you're touching people. That's leadership, right? You're not gonna. You can give them incredible guides in your books, and I've read every one of them, and they're amazing, and those are guides. But you can't then go back and say, I'm going to, it's like Chris said, no, you gotta stop. And they might tell you one thing, but look them in the eyes and feel. We're humans. We are meant to connect. That's how we were. It's how we were created. We're meant to connect. We're meant to feel one another. And one of my favorite quotes of all time was Maya Angelou, and she says, people will forget what you said and they'll forget what you did, but they'll never, ever forget the way you made them feel. That's right.
And it's just, and so to me, to young leaders, read, learn. I've read everything over the years, but when it's all said and done, turn off your head and turn on your heart. Don't forget all that stuff you've learned, but that when you truly feel, and you are so authentic and so transparent, and I would almost say vulnerable. It's okay because that, again, unites and aligns, and then everybody wants to do it together.
And I think that vulnerability you're talking about really allows there to be a connection. Because, you know, success is a great separator. And a person successful, there begins to be a gap between the person that is and the person that isn't.
Yeah.
And I think as a leader, what we have to do is close that gap. Yeah. And to close that gap, again, we close that gap through vulnerability and openness and authenticity. That's the stuff that brings them together. So let's talk about significance in business. Okay, we were together at the Global Leadership Summit. And I'll never forget this. We were talking, and you said, big isn't good unless big does good. And when you said that statement, I mean, I'm writing this thing down as you go, and I'm saying, okay, I know I'm not supposed to be taking notes now. I'm supposed to be doing the interview, but I love that statement that big isn't good unless big does good. Tell us what you mean by that and why that really matters.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, if you go back to just the human connection, right? So. And now you have been blessed to be put in these positions that, to whom much is given, much is expected. So, and so I don't think you're just supposed to, and you should also realize that to me, revenue is an output, right? You always have hard strategy, you always have soft strategies, but what are you going to do to make sure that those teams, that company is doing incredibly great things that only they can do? One of the slides that was just up recently was Carnegie Library. And it's a perfect example at Apple. Apple needed a store in Washington, D.C. They could have invested and put a store anywhere. But instead, we sat with the mayor's office and we said, we're going to make an investment. Where can we help? And then we walked by this magnificent building that nobody had refurbed for years and years. There's, some boarded up windows, et cetera, 3 blocks from the White House. And and I took a picture and I sent it to Tim. And I said, Apple should do this. We can do this. It was a free learning center, that Carnegie created for the city. Oh, sure. Why don't we continue to make it an incredible free learning center? And it just opened up recently. And that's what I mean, big can do good. They're helping revitalize that whole area of town, but buses of kids are pulling up every day and learning the basics of coding and film editing and music, and they're excited and they're happy, and so that's
just terrific. So make sure that we all know about it. Now, so if we're in DC, we can go there, and
you can go there. There's a big one in Chicago. Every one you see, they're not just stores. Every one of those, we're working with local governments and asking them where we should invest to help the city. Chicago said over on the river. Milan said we've got this plaza that was the image that was just up. And so I think that, again, you're put in these positions, and so we could have just opened stores, but why not do it differently? Why not make a bigger impact? And it's the same thing with the in-store experience. Mm-hmm. We could have just created an incredible in-store experience, but when we said we were turning ourselves inside out and we asked the every team member around the world, what do you think Apple should be doing more of in your community? And they edited it down after 6 months of a lot of work to 6, 7 most important things. That informed the entire new Today at Apple experience. So the 80,000 sessions that they're teaching in the 510 stores around the world, the team helped create them, and they are helping teach and helping offset maybe some of the challenges that society is facing, right? So if isolation is a big issue that everybody's talking about, then how do we create an experience that encourages connection, right? And if automation and AI are, going to cause a lot of disruption in jobs, and there's going to need to be a lot of reskilling, then what can we start teaching to inspire people to learn new things and help unlock their creative thinking and give them hope that it's okay, you can do something else. And so it's not just an in-store experience, it's making an impact, and we know that because it's all measured. I mean, and nobody's ever measured enriching lives before, but Steve always said it was the team's job to do it, But in this day and age, you actually have to measure it. So every customer who attends a Today at Apple session is also given a survey. So we're actually now measuring whether or not, I shouldn't say we, they now, I'm gone as of May, and that they are measuring whether or not the teams today and all of those new programs are truly enriching lives, because he was right. That is their job.
That's beautiful. That's very beautiful. Last question. One of my favorite things is to sit around a table and ask people what's the best advice that they ever received. And the discussion's always huge when you ask that question. And what's really beautiful about it is, as we're sharing the best advice we've all received, we're just getting more good advice, because we're hearing and we just kind of build off it. So let me close by just asking you, Angela, what's the best advice you ever received, and who gave it to you, and why did it work so much in your life?
Yeah. So as I mentioned, my father passed away, but anyone who knows me at all, I quote my father. I have quoted my father every day of my life. Yes, I've quoted my mother too, but I really quoted my father. And he gave me my whole life such incredible advice. I mean, at a very young age, he used to say, you will never be happy unless you learn to give 60 and take 40. He would always, when we were young, he would always say...
Wait. Excuse me. No, I'm so sorry. Don't miss that one. Okay, just don't miss that one. And I know you didn't miss it, but I'm concerned about the person on your left. So just look at them and say, don't miss that 60-40 advice. Go ahead and tell them that, right? Don't miss that. This is so your dad said, give 60, take 40. I love that.
In everything.
In everything.
In everything. Not just at work. With your partner, everything.
For me, that is worth the day right there. For me, that's huge. Can I be greedy? Do you have any other advice that your dad gave you? I mean, that was so good, we may go just through the break. I mean, I'm ready to just talk. Was there anything, does another one pop off? I mean, that 60-40 is huge.
And, and he was incredibly well-read. And he would always, as we started to get into business, he would always tell us, he would say, nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care.
The fact, isn't it? Huh?
Right, and he would always, he would quote again, whether Aristotle and he would always say, to thy own self be true. Don't try to be somebody that you're not. Yeah. Just always be the best version of you.
Of who you are.
Absolutely. Yeah. And one of my favorites was it when we were younger, and you always look at, and especially in this Instagram world, you're looking at photos all the time. My dad used to always throw a challenge, and he said, I will know I have done a really incredible job if when you look at a photo, you look for yourself last.
Yeah. Angela? Listen to me. Okay, we're out of time, but I'm going to tell you, we're going to bring you back, and we're going to have a whole session on advice my father gave me. Or you should do a book on it. Amazing. It's just my father's
voice is what I want to
Your father. Oh, I love that title.
And it has dual meaning, actually, but
you're already working on it. I can tell.
No, I'm actually not. I don't want to right now.
I love that. It's too close. But I love the my father's voice. That's beautiful. My father is still alive. He'll be in just a couple weeks. He'll be 98.
Amazing.
So I was with him recently, and he said, "Son," he said, look at me," and I did. And he said, "I believe my best days are still ahead of me."
Oh, I love it.
You know what? You and I have something major in common. Great fathers.
Absolutely.
Let Angela know how much you love that. Thank you. Oh, ladies. Woo. I say, how many seeds am I going to sow? I don't look at my day in the beginning and say, how much harvest am I going to reap? And when you begin to be intentional and add value to people every day, you are on your way to success. And I'm going to share with you what I know about thinking that will lead you to success in your life.
All right.
2 minutes.
Oh.
I would like to share with you
Well, we're not
a
ready
digital product that we have not only for you here at the Atlanta site, but around the world. And it's called How Successful People Think. If I could sit around the table with you and we'd have one discussion and only one discussion, and you say, John, give me your best shot. What I would say to you is that the greatest gap between successful and unsuccessful people is how they think, without any question. If I could do one thing for you, I would help you change your thinking. We are today where our thoughts have brought us, and we're going to be tomorrow where our thoughts take us. And let me give you I'll give you a quick dad example. My dad was a very, very young man in Georgetown, Ohio during the Depression. And everybody was out of jobs, except my dad. Every day, men would go to the food line, except my dad. During the Depression, he held down 3 part-time jobs. You say, John, how did that happen? He'd say, son, it's very simple. He said, everybody was out of work, and so I would go to the hardware store, and he grew up in a little town called Georgetown, Ohio. He said, I'd go to the hardware store owner, and I said, I know you can't afford to pay me, and I don't have a job, but I would like to work for you free. So if you allow me, could I just work for you free today? And you just give me a list of things you'd like to get done, you haven't gotten to maybe, and I'll do it for you. And the owner would look at him and say, you're kidding me. He said, no, I'm not kidding you. Could I just do a free day of work for you? Well, sure. So my dad would work that day. At the end of the day, he'd go shake the owner's hand and say, thank you very much. Thanks for letting me work today. It made me feel valuable, and thanks for doing that. And then he'd look at me and say, if you liked what I did, and if ever come a time when we kind of get out of this, tough time, just remember me, would you? And maybe you'll think of maybe hiring me. And the next day, he'd go to another store, and another store, and another store. 40 days later, he got the first ring. Would you come and work part-time for me? A couple of weeks later, next one. Within 2 months, he had 3 part-time jobs. And he'd look at me and say, son, we all lived in the same town. We all had the same line that we could be in. But he said, I determined to think differently than other people. And in this digital product that we're talking about, I did this because I'm so passionate about helping people think differently. I talk about sustained thinking beats smart thinking, because it does. When we get a good idea, there's a tendency for us to say, oh, that's a good idea. And we then try to implement the idea, not understanding that if we take that good idea and give it just more thought, just stay with the idea a little bit longer. It's been tested in all kind of surveys where they put 10 people in a room, and after an hour of thinking on a subject, 5 would be removed, the other 5 would remain, and the 5 that remained would always come up with a better, deeper, more thorough answer to the issue that they were talking about than the 5 that left, only because they just stayed with it longer. So many times I think we say, oh, I got a good idea, and we leave it, and we didn't stay with it long enough. I talk in this product, I talk about shared thinking. The fact that if you have a good idea and you don't share it with anybody, it's just a good idea. But if you have a good idea and I have a good idea and we sit down and we share that and collaborate and share that idea, now I've got 2 ideas. And by the way, all great ideas are birthed out of several good ideas. So to have a great idea, you have to have several good ideas and let them hang. And I'm very excited. I'm just very excited about this product, because I just know it'll make a difference for you. And this is just for today. It's a $99 offer. I think it's regularly $399, but for all the sites, all of you on the sites, you have this opportunity today to get this on how to think successfully, this product. And so I want to encourage you on all the sites. Do it. In Atlanta here, you got the opportunity. I just know this. It'll be a real good investment in expanding your thinking world. So, Tracy, come on up and give us the details of what we do, and away we go. Thank you so much.
Well, how about John being so generous to give us?
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy.
It's an event day only. It is worth the $399. It is worth it, but we get it today for $99. So if you want to, for those of you on our simulcast, and those of you in Atlanta, we have instructions for you too in a moment. Your hosts will share with you what you're supposed to do, where you're supposed to have access to this. But if you get it today only, it's $99. Now we have a 20-minute break, so don't dawdle. Be back in your seat. Do what you need to do. Visit the bathroom, whatever, but be back in your seat because you do not want to miss even a moment of our first speaker. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, I kind of jumped up here pretty quick. Thought that we were going to wrap that up, but John talked about that program. If any of you are interested in that, it is an amazing program for only $99, and it's today. And if you do go ahead and purchase that, we have the books in the back. I have 40 books, and so you're welcome to pick one up if you decide it's a good investment for you. So we have a break really quickly, but for the general admission people, we're going to put a survey and another form on your seats. If you'll fill that out before you leave, that would mean a lot so we can improve what we're doing here. And when you do, you'll get an option of the little car coaster. It's an absorbent car coaster with the theme, or one of these card holders, which I have tested for 6 months now, and it works great for business cards or for whatever cards you put in the back. And so that's a gift for you when you turn in the survey. So I think that's all I want to share right now. There's lots of food. Get some more drinks, coffee, fruit. Take your break, restroom, and be back here because Rachel Hollis is next. Thank y'all. hello, hello. Hey, we're getting ready to start again, everybody. 9 seconds. So Rachel Hollis is coming next. It's going to be fantastic. So come back in, get your seat. You're in for a real treat. And everybody, don't forget the raffle tickets out there for Camp Southern Ground if you have an opportunity. $10 to win a golf cart.
I can see people are hustling here in Atlanta, hustling to get into their seats. You want to run if you need to. Climb over the people, get back into your seats because you do not want to miss our next speaker. I'm so excited. She's a #1 New York Times and #1 USA Today best-selling author. She's a top business podcaster. She is a wildly successful lifestyle influencer and a social media fan base. Her social media fan base is in the millions. I think you know who I'm talking about. If you forgot to take your vitamins today, don't worry, she's got you covered because listening to Rachel Hollis is like getting a vitamin B shot. She is a proud working mom of 4, and she's from Texas, y'all, so she's expecting a big welcome. So please give a wild and energetic jump to your feet welcome for Rachel Hollis.
Looked up in the Jumbotron there, and I'm like, well, your shirt looks sloppy. I can hear my mom's voice in my head, like, tuck in your pants, Rach. I usually come out to Beyonce, but we don't have the legal right to play Beyonce in this room, so just allow that spirit and energy to fill you anyway, okay? Here's what I do need you to do, even if we don't have Beyonce. I'm gonna ask our DJ, sound friends, I'm gonna ask you to play some kind of music again. Anything, Mike, walk on music, whatever you got. Yeah, okay. And then you're gonna get out of your seat for literally 30 seconds. You're just gonna wake it up. Come on, come on. Do it. Okay, hold on, wait, lower the music. Here's the problem. Some of y'all are acting like my Aunt Linda right now. If my Aunt Linda was here, she'd do it, but she wouldn't do it with a happy heart. She'd be like, oh, okay, right? Here's the thing. Here's why this matters. I know some of you are introverts. I know some of you are uncomfortable. I don't care. If you cannot make yourself do something that makes you feel uncomfortable, if you cannot push yourself outside of your comfort zone for 30 seconds, in this room, filled with like-minded individuals, tell me what hope you have when you're by yourself next week, right? So we're gonna do it one more time, and if you're watching this all over the world, I mean, we are Americans. I think you probably have better moves than we do. So get up out of your seats everywhere, everyone that's watching it. We're gonna go one more time, and I need you to get energy in your body like your life depends on it, because guess what? It does. All right, one more time, DJ. All right, thank you. Now you can sit down. Good job. Let me ask you a question. Do you have more energy than you had 2 minutes ago? Do you feel possibly happier than you did 2 minutes ago? When you move your body, you change your mind. When you move your body, you change your mind. And I want you to remember that, because being a leader is hard. This is hard work. I am super blessed to have John as a real-life mentor, which is still the craziest thing in the entire world. And one of the things that he said to me about a year ago that I have not stopped thinking about since, and that my husband and I say to ourselves at least 3 times a week, is he said, Rach, a leader never has 2 good days in a row. A leader never has 2 good days in a row. You need to anticipate that that is the reality and plan accordingly. This work is hard. It's meaningful. It's important. It's something that will define your life, but that doesn't make it easy. You got that? Okay. Do you have my phone? Okay, great. I had this whole idea. So I have a bad habit or a great habit of rewriting my entire speech 10 minutes before I come on stage. I really, truly, I've never given the same speech twice, and I really pray a lot about who I'm going to speak to, and man, give me the words to say the right thing. So what kept popping into my head as I was thinking of what it means to be a leader is when I was younger and I was in school, I had a teacher who read a poem to me. It's one of my favorite poems still to this day, and there's a line in it that I think is the definition of leadership. So can we pretend that we're at a locally owned organic coffee house real quick? And let me read a poem to you. You guys down? All right, I'm not gonna read the whole thing because it's very long, but the poem is called The Calling. It's by Uriah Mountain Dreamer, which I still wonder if she gave herself that name or if her parents just loved her. Here it is. It doesn't interest me what you do for a living. I want to know what you ache for, and if you dare to dream of meeting your heart's longing. It doesn't interest me how old you are. I want to know if you will risk looking like a fool for love, for your dream, for the adventure of being alive. It doesn't interest me what planets are squaring your moon. I want to know if you have touched the center of your own sorrow, if you have been opened by life's betrayals, or have become shriveled and closed for fear of further pain. I want to know if you can sit with pain, mine or your own, without moving to hide it, or fade it, or fix it. I want to know if you can be with joy, mine or your own. If you can dance with wildness and let ecstasy fill you to the tips of your fingers and toes without cautioning us to be careful, to be realistic, to remember the limitations of being human. I want to know if you can see beauty even when it's not pretty every day. And if you can source your own life from its presence. I want to know if you can live with failure, yours and mine, and still stand at the edge of a lake and shout to the silvery full moon, yes. It doesn't interest me to know where you live or how much money you have. I want to know if you can get up after the night of grief and despair, weary and bruised to the bone, and do what needs to be done to feed the children. It doesn't interest me who you know or how you came to be here. I want to know if you will stand in the center of the fire with me and not shrink back. It doesn't interest me where or what or with whom you have studied. I want to know what sustains you from the inside when all else falls away. I want to know if you can be alone with yourself and truly like the company you keep in the empty moments. Can I get a witness? Here's the line that sums up leadership to me. Can you get up after a night of grief and despair, weary and bruised to the bone, and do what needs to be done to feed the children? Being a leader is hard. This is hard work. There are amazing days. There are beautiful days. Who's had a beautiful day as a leader? Who's cried themselves to sleep because of being a leader? Who's coped in an unhealthy way like drinking or drugs or something they shouldn't be doing because of being a leader? Let's be real. Let's be real. This is hard work. The question is, can you stand in the fire? Can you keep showing up because you are pursuing something greater than your own self? Do you understand that? Here's what I need you to know today. And you heard Chris talk about this earlier, but I'm going to reemphasize this point. It's not about you. It's not about you. See, I come from a world of leadership. There's leadership at my company, and then there's digital leadership. Can't find a better word to say this than digital leadership, which sounds lame. But I am a leader to millions of people all over the world. I have 4 million fans on social media, and I take that as a very significant responsibility in my life. And the one thing I want to say on that is are all of you pushing your leadership out into the world? Are you on social media? Are you creating content? Yeah? Anyone here? Raise your hand if you currently are doing that. Awesome. Raise your hand if you dream of doing that. And by the way, I don't care if you are watching this in Uganda right now. You better be raising your hand with me. I can tell. I know. Okay. Who dreams of putting their work out into the world? Let me challenge you a little bit. If you have something to say, if you have care, if you have love, if you have ideas, if you have skills that you can share with the world, and you are not considering how you put that out into the world in a scalable, bigger way, you are missing a massive opportunity that we as humans did not have 20 years ago. Do you know who John Maxwell would be if social media existed when he started? I don't either. We'd all be afraid. It would be like the Hunger Games. He would be President Snow. He built this one person at a time, one book at a time, one speech at a time, and his legacy is something that we have all been touched by. But you have the opportunity today to go put something on a social platform, on a website, on a blog, and touch the heart of someone who lives in an entirely different country. And the reason you don't is because you're worried you don't have enough followers. Let's be real. The reason people are not creating leadership in a digital world is because you are comparing what you are doing to what somebody else has. You think that you're an imposter. You think that you don't deserve to offer your advice to the world. You think, who cares what I have to say? Your story has value. The things that you have gone through are the things that someone else is struggling with right now. And if you would raise your hand and say, I know what it's like to have postpartum depression. Here are 4 things that help me. I know what it's like to retire as a man who defined his entire career as I defined my entire life as my career, and now I don't have it anymore. I know what it's like to lose a child. I know what it's like to go through divorce. You'll have so much wisdom. You think you're trying to learn how to be a better leader to your team at work. I'm asking you to step up and be a better leader to the world. It doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't have to be high production value. It has to be authentic and real. They don't care what you post. You know, they said earlier, people won't remember what you said. They will remember how you made them feel. I think people don't care what you post. They notice that you care. They notice that you care. I made the silliest video the other day. Do y'all know what TikTok is? Anyone a 12-year-old in here? Okay. I'm on TikTok because I have a 12-year-old. Also because it's all mostly children on this platform, watching tiny videos all day, just people doing stupid things, right? And so many adults look at that and they're like, who cares about, let the kids make their videos. And I'm like, you're telling me that 3 million kids under the age of 15 are on a platform and there aren't more adults stepping up to try and lead them well? You think that the only thing they need on that platform is someone showing them how to contour their cheekbones? Which is important. I made a video the other day. I was walking through the airport, literally 17-second video. I looked in the camera with my coffee and I said, yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can get back up. This is hard. I know it sucks. I know you feel alone, but I am telling you right now that you've got this. You can do this. Stand back up and go again. Simplest thing in the world. Do you know how many teenage girls commenting on that post with crying emojis telling me, nobody ever speaks to me this way? I never had a sister. My mom's not, this is all I ever wanted. Thank you so much. This is what I need. Do you know how many 40-year-old women are commenting on that post? She's like, I got you, right? She's there saying, you don't know how much I needed to hear this today. People, you want to know what leadership looks like? It looks like you seeing them. I see you. This is what leadership looks like running a company. This is what leadership looks like as a mama. I love the line that Chris said today is being a boss means, or being a manager, you manage everybody the same, but being a leader, you lead everyone differently. And I was like, oh, dang it, don't you hate when someone else has a better line than you? It made me think of my kids. I have 4 kids, which is the same as 1,000 kids, you guys. On a daily, my husband and I look at each other and we're like, why? I do not parent not one of my children the same. I was thinking about this this week. I have my 2 older boys have phones, and so they text, right? And so I've made a habit. We spend a lot of time together, and I'm really intentional about conversations we have and eye contact and hanging out, but I'm trying to meet them where they're at. I'm trying to say to them, I see you. And so I'm really intentional about texting my kids, my 2 older kids, individually, and telling them how great they're doing and being specific about what they are doing that I see that is incredible. And I was thinking about, he'll never watch this because he can't afford John Maxwell, but my 11-year-old was 5 years ago, I would have said, he's my tough kid. Anyone have a tough kid? Yeah? We don't want to admit it. We don't like to say that. And you wouldn't say it to, a teacher at school or whatever, but to each other, we're like, oh, Jesus, take the wheel. Take it from my hands, right? If you got a tough kid, you know, right? And forever we're trying to course correct with him, like, no, come on, buddy, do it this way. And we get really fired up and we're trying everything. And then one day, I was like, what if we just praised him when he does something good? This baby gets so much, he wasn't a baby at the time, he's 8, but he gets so much, this is what you need to do, and here's how you change, and here's how you're not measuring up. When was the last time that we loved on this kid for who he was and what he was doing well? And when I tell you that my son bloomed, I mean, when we covered him in sunshine that he could grow toward and stop trying to prune him into something he was not, he became the person he's gonna become. Does that make sense? You have to see them, okay? There is a massive opportunity. And by the way, not one thing on the speech I wrote have I talked about yet. I've got 13 minutes. We can do this. We can do this. But this is the thing I thought as I was sitting here talking today. The one thing that I know how to do, no, that's not true. I know how to do many things. I'm very skilled and highly talented. One of the things that I do best in business is building a digital community. And I have done that. You want to know the secret? You want to build a social community and be a leader online? I got you. Here it is. You show up. You show up when you have 1 follower. You show up when you have 10. You create content for 10 people the way someone who has 10 million followers creates content. You take it seriously. You respond when they comment. You celebrate their victories. You send DMs back. I wrote this book in 2018 that went so bananas, and everyone wanted to know how. How did you do this? How did you know to write Girl Wash Your Face? How did you know what to put in that book? And I was like, oh, I literally wrote 20 chapters, and each chapter was a response to the questions I get most often from my audience. How do I deal with body image? I feel like I'm a bad mom. I'm struggling with this. I'm drinking too much. I'm struggling in my relationship. So I just answered the questions that the community was asking. There is a massive opportunity to put your leadership, not just in the community around you, which is so important, but to reach people on a larger scale. And I want to encourage you right now. I always believe if there's like a voice in your heart that's telling you that you keep thinking like, should I do a podcast? Yes, you should do a podcast. Should I make YouTube videos? 100% you should make YouTube videos. And here's the thing, I want to be really clear because I think where are my business owners in the room? Or business leaders, yeah? Okay, love you, good work, yay entrepreneurship. You could be a leader in how to be a great woodworker. You could be a leader in how to bake cookies. You could be a leader in teaching someone how to do their taxes. You could be a leader, like whatever you know how to do, you could be a leader. If you have a desire in your heart, and you're like, man, I've been thinking about this, but I needed a sign. I am your sign. Start creating content, you guys, and stop being so precious about it, and stop crying when nobody likes your Instagram photo. You know why? It's not about you. It's about them, right? Okay, here's a funny way to look at this. It's not about you, and it's also completely about you. Because if you want to be a leader, a true leader, a leader who adds value, a leader that a decade later people are still talking about the phone call, right? Which was a reference to Chris's story earlier. If you weren't here, that just sounded like a weird, right? It's about you, meaning it is about how much you are willing to grow as an individual in order to show others what they can do. So back in the day, anyone hung out with me on the internet for like 10 years? Shout out to her, who's like live streaming this entire thing, right? Okay. I started as a food blogger. And what is so insane is that the tagline for my business is the same today as it was 12 years ago. Exact same tagline. Here it is. Give people the tools to change their life. That was my tagline. But 12 years ago, the only tool that I had was a pot roast recipe. The only thing oh, blessed assurance. Some white trash just came out. The only thing I knowed how to do was teach you how to cook. I knew how to get your kids to eat broccoli. I knew how to make a DIY throw pillow, and that's what I shared with the world. I built a community of millions of women, one cake recipe at a time. And just how ladies do, when you are meeting to talk about cake or have some sweet tea or share your pot roast recipe, inevitably you start talking about harder things. I started a conversation about what I knew, and then as I grew, as I learned more, as I went to conferences, as I read the books, as I did 10,000 hours of therapy, as I did all of these things, then I knew how to give them different kinds of tools. The tools to change their life changed as I became something more. You don't have to have all the answers. One of my favorite preachers, Gary Vaynerchuk. I knew only 7 of you would get that joke. He's for sure not a preacher, you guys, but kind of. Says this thing that I love. He says, document, don't create. Don't get wrapped up in the idea of creating something fancy. Just document and share your journey. You, as an individual, have to do the tough work to be strong enough to lead others. So I want to share a few things with you that you need to do to become a better leader. The first thing that you need to focus on is your self-awareness. Where are you struggling? Where are you struggling? John talks about the idea of the lid. For me, this story was, I had been in business forever. I really desperately wanted to grow and scale my company. And every year, I would end the year just under $1 million in revenue. Just so we're clear, not $1 million in profit. I was not rolling around in a pile of money like a rap video. I just wanted to get, it was a huge deal to me. Like, to get past that number was a huge deal. And 3 years in a row, I get right up underneath it, but I can't get past $1 million. And so anytime that I am struggling, I have the self-awareness to ask, what's going on? You know, the definition of crazy is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. How many people in this room right now are trying to do the same thing over and over, and they're like, I don't know why it doesn't work. So for me, I was like, I gotta get a handle on this. Why can't I get past this number? And I did a ton of work, and I listened to all the podcasts, and I read all the books, and what I ended up discovering was I was self-sabotaging. I grew up without money. I grew up in a place called Weed Patch. Yes. And that is not a cute name that the local hipsters call it, y'all. That is what it was. It was a patch of weeds. Literally. $1 million was more than I could even fathom. And less than $1 million, I sort of felt like I was in control, but passing that hurdle felt insane to me. And so on some level, I took my foot off the gas because I was too afraid, because I didn't understand finances. Anyone own a business and have, be honest, don't lie, have no idea what's going on with their P&L right now? Right? This was me. I was like, if we have enough money to pay rent and all y'all's checks clear on time, we're doing something right. For 5 years. And I thought, man, if you are self-sabotaging when it comes to finances, it's because you don't have the knowledge that you need. So I start going out trying to I do the thing, I go to conferences, because when I know what the problem is, dude, if you are the problem, what are you also? The solution. I get so fired up by that, because I'm like, the answer is out there. Which was like X-Files, I think. But the answer to whatever you are struggling with, listen, if you don't take anything else away from me, please hear this. The answer to everything you are struggling with in your life exists on the internet right now for free. Who believes that the answers to a lot of the problems in their life could be found on the internet for free? Raise your hand, keep them up. Who knows that the answers are out there but doesn't actively pursue what they are? Be honest, don't lie to me. If you know that the answers are out there and they cost you nothing but time and effort, then your ignorance is a choice, right? So for me, I needed to have the self-awareness to understand what I didn't know. And I got the knowledge, and I'm super successful now. That was supposed to be a joke, guys. I mean, I am successful, but I wasn't trying to be, right? You have to have the self-awareness as a leader to understand where you're lacking and then work to improve it, okay? Can I get a witness? You have to have the courage to admit what you don't know. You have to have the courage to admit. Do you know how often I'm sitting with my team and I'm like, man, you guys, I have no clue. Let's figure this out together. I do not know. And that is not the leader, and I'm using air quotes, that's not the leader that I was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I thought that being a leader meant that you knew everything. And in fact, I would come to something like this where I would be surrounded by people who could have helped me or encouraged me, and I pretended. See, I've done this too much not to know that there are a lot of people in this room right now that when they get out to that lobby are going to pretend. You got your good bra on. You know, there's a difference. You got your hair blown out, right? And you meet other people and they seem to have it all together. They're like killing it. And so when they ask you how business is, you're like, oh my, we're amazing. We're actually trillionaires. It's crazy. Oh my gosh. That was me. I would come to these things and I would pretend. The people in this room, the community around you, there's someone in this room right now who knows a piece of information that could 10x your business, your church, your nonprofit to a place you can't even imagine. If you had the courage to admit what you didn't know. I am the queen. I'm super lucky to get to sit in meetings with some fancy people around conference tables and everyone's talking, and I'm the queen, and I don't care if it makes me a country mouse. I'm like, well, hold up. Mama doesn't understand that word. What does that mean? What does this look like? Am I giving you the rights to my next child? What's going on? The only thing stupid would be getting yourself in trouble because you didn't have the guts to admit that you didn't know. Leadership is not being the know-it-all. It's admitting what you don't know. Leadership is your strength to show up as a warrior. I talked about this a little bit this morning, but my word for 2019 was warrior. I came out of 2018 and we had success like we had never experienced as a company, and I felt more scared and overwhelmed than ever. And I was like, I need a word. Anyone else choose a word? Oh, it's so powerful, you guys. Hear this. Ask yourself while you're here, what's the word you need? What do you need to own up? What's the persona that you need to step into? And my word was warrior. Here's why. I think to be a leader, you have to think like a soldier. You have to think like a warrior. Here's what a warrior expects. A warrior expects to get their butt kicked. A warrior expects it. They're not surprised when something bad happens. They're like, yeah, that's why I'm the leader. Because I'm strong enough to hold this together even when it's going wrong. When a warrior gets their butt kicked, listen to this. When a warrior fails, meaning in old times, you know, you're in a kilt, you have blue paint on you got a giant sword, right? And you're running out to do battle. And you get hurt. In modern day equivalent, you fail at something. A warrior doesn't think, yep, that's right. I'm terrible. I'm a terrible human. They don't go into a shame spiral. They don't think that they're lacking. They think, oh, that's what I've got to work on in training this week. When they have a failure, they see it as the lesson for where they need to grow. A warrior is mentally tough. They asked me today, what's the thing you're most proud of in 2019? I am in control of this. It is not in control of me. I used to drown in anxiety. Anyone else get anxiety as a leader? It feels too big. It's too much, right? I am in control of this. It is not in control of me. A warrior is mentally tough. A warrior knows that they can't go to battle for others if they don't go to battle for themselves. You have to take care of yourself. You have to take care of yourself. When you were on a plane and you put the oxygen mask on, what did they say to you? Do yours first. Take care of you first before helping others. Here's my last thought. I'm gonna fly from here to my brother-in-law's funeral. He was 46 years old. He was 46 years old. And last week, my sister came home from the grocery store and thought he was taking a nap. And he had gone home to heaven at 46 years old. And for a week, I keep waking up wishing this was a nightmare. But I can tell you two things. One, tomorrow is not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee for anybody in this room. You do not know what's gonna happen next. And if today is your last day, are you proud of how you're living your life? The second thing that I want you to know is he was the hardest worker I've ever met in my life. Hardest worker. put everybody before him, took care of everybody on his team, worked double shifts for his family, and he had a heart attack at 46. You want to do work, you want to have an impact in this world, you have got to take care of yourself first. John said earlier that, and I love that, so amazing, that when I speak, you want to sign up for something, but you don't know what. He said, you want to fight somebody, but you don't know who you're supposed to fight. I know what you're supposed to sign up for. I want you to sign up for your life. I want you to fight for yourself. You have the ability to impact 1 or 100 or 1 million if you have the courage to take care of yourself to be strong enough for others. There is incredible potential in this room. There is incredible potential, everybody who's watching this all around the world. I believe that your Creator gave you that potential, and you are squandering it when you do not step into your calling. Have the courage to show up. Have the courage to show up for your life. You're going to do big, amazing things, and I'm so grateful to have had this time with you today, y'all. I love you, I believe in you, and yes, you can.
Rachel Hollis! Woo! I told you were going to have all this energy. Okay, so I know if you weren't mesmerized just kind of watching her, did you remember to take a note? And then did you write A or a C or a T? So here's my Tracy takeaway. For all the amazing things that she said today, the one thing that really stood out to me was that she was willing to read the room as she sat here and changed her plan to meet the need of the room. So she prepared. She put a lot of time into preparing what she was going to share with us today. And she held it loosely because she cares enough about us that she didn't stick to the plan because it was the plan, but she cared about you and she felt the call in her heart to change it on the spot. That is a lesson I'm going to apply to my own life and teach it to my kids. Okay, here we go. Next up, we are going global. Our next speaker is the author of 2 best-selling business books of all time. He's written 2 of Harvard Business Review's most circulated industry-changing cover articles. He's the subject of an in-depth profile in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, USA Today, Forbes, Fortune, and Fast Company. After spending 2 decades studying excellence at Gallup Organization, he co-created the Strengths Finder tool. I know you've all used it. Then, he's not done. No. Then he's not even 200 years old, you guys. You're going to be shocked. He's young. Then he built his own company, which started as a coaching and education firm and then turned into a human capital management tech company. He is known as the world's most prominent researcher on strengths and leadership at work. Today, he heads all people and performance research as co-leader of the ADP Research Institute. We are honored at Live to Lead and give a big, energetic welcome to Marcus Buckingham.
Wow. How y'all doing? What a morning. I got to tell you, I am super nervous right now because unlike Rachel, I'm a super preparer. I kind of want to know exactly what I'm going to say. And today, I'm going to go, I don't do this. I may never do this again, but I'm going to go completely off script today. Wait and see. Wait and see, you guys. For the last 2 or 3 months, I've been charging around talking about a book that I am super proud of, no question. But I've realized that my heart is somewhere else. And listening to Rachel, listening to Chris, to Angela, to John, of course, founding everything that he does on values, but hearing today about authenticity, about vulnerability, I don't feel it's authentic for me to stand up in front of you and not share what's on my heart. The best definition of leading that I know is that you rally people to a better future. No matter how bleak your mood is, right, or how bleak the conditions of the present, nothing can seemingly undermine your belief that things can get brighter. Now look, if you're not wired that way, if you're a little jaundiced or a little jaded and you're pretty sure the world's going to hell in a handbasket and it's only a matter of time, don't worry. There are jobs for you. Go be a lawyer. Or go into a job that requires you to identify everything that could possibly go wrong. Just don't lead. Because the opposite of a leader isn't a follower, right? The opposite of a leader is a pessimist. And if you're a pessimist, that's so great because, you're right way more often than an optimist is. But don't lead, please. Don't lead. If we're going to follow you, as Rachel was saying, it's because we believe that you can see a brighter future and we will follow you there. And look, when the road ahead is clear and the road behind is clear and your team is sort of with you, it is easier to show that brighter future. But what happens when you can't see the road ahead, or when you can't see the road behind, or when those on your team are not giving you the support or the love, or maybe even undermining who you are? Then it is so much, isn't it? So much more difficult to paint, to rally people to that brighter future. And you've all been there in your own way. I had that happen this year for me. This year for me has been one of those years that there was before this year and after this year. My life is cleaved in two. And I don't mean just that a plan didn't work out. I mean that some of you know who I am, have read books, have taken things like Strength Finder or Standout. You know that I spent my entire life focused on using reliable data to pinpoint the truth about a human. And this year, every single part of that mission, every single part of that identity, every single part of that purpose has been challenged. And so what I thought I would do this morning is change what I was going to say and just share what's happened, in the hopes that if you ever find yourself in a similar situation where the road ahead and behind are so dark, you're lost in the forest, that maybe there's some small part of what my experience was that might help you continue to show people a brighter future. Is that okay? Because I haven't done this before, and I'm not, you rocked it. It was so great to listen to. We should keep going. But I may never do this again, so this is a one-off. Look, a little context, first of all. I've written some books, and as Tracy was saying, I built a business. I mean, it's interesting to build it from scratch, and then suddenly someone pays you $100 million for your bill. That's like, holy moly, that worked. But I'm not here as an entrepreneur. I'm here as a researcher. I'm a researcher. I spent the first 15 years of my career at the Gallup organization, not doing polling, but doing research on how do you measure things in life and work that you can't count. How do you measure strengths? How do you measure talent? How do you measure engagement? And then now today, I run this institute. It's a global institute funded by ADP that gives me a chance to kind of reach around the world and learn about global engagement. What do we feel like at work? How do you measure talent? Things like that's what gets me juiced. And all the way through it, I took a particular approach to research, which I would call a free-thinking research approach, which simply means that if you want to study something, you put all your theory and your dogma aside and you just study the thing as it actually exists in the world. So if you want to understand great leaders, I don't know, you would just shut up and just study the best leaders. You'd interview them, talk to them. If you want to learn about great salespeople, you'd go put the theory aside, just study great salespeople as they exist in the world. Which sounds, I realize, like a crashing glimpse of the obvious. Like, why would you do anything else? But you look around, and we're all sort of researchers in our own way, aren't we? You look around and you realize we don't do that. We don't study excellence to learn about excellence. We study failure and invert it. We seem to believe that excellence is just the opposite of failure. If you want to learn about excellence, study failure and then invert it. So to learn about health and well-being, we study disease. To learn about joy and meaning and wisdom in life, we study depression. To learn how to keep our employees engaged, we do exit interviews with the ones that leave. Everywhere you look, we seem to think that good is just the opposite of bad, and if you want good, you should study bad and flip it. We're wrong. You study bad and flip it, you just get not bad. And it's just different, isn't it, than excellence? It's different. Here's one thing to take away. Maybe Tracy, but one of the takeaways is Excellence has its own pattern. You learn nothing about great marriage from studying divorce. You know what you learn from studying divorce? A lot about divorce, which is fine. Failure, you can study failure. Study failure. Study failure. What you learn is a lot about failure. You learn nothing about excellence. It's got its own pattern. Now, about 2 years ago, HBR, Harvard Business Review, came to us and said, could you take that approach and just apply it to that most uniform, hated of all things, the performance review? Could you take a free-thinking research approach to the performance review? Who's ever participated in a performance review? Okay. It's amazing, isn't it? So fun. And when you take a free-thinking research approach, you put all of the theory aside. It turns out that almost all performance reviews are based on the idea that one human being with the right tools and the right training can be taught to become a reliable rater of another human being. And yet it turns out you push on that and you push on that. It turns out we're all of you. I'm so sorry to bring this news to you, but you're all horribly unreliable raters of other human beings. You are. And we can put a number on this. If I rate Dave, we know between 62-65% of the variation in my rating on Dave of anything, potential or performance or strategic thinking or growth orientation, is a function of me, not him, which is a problem for him because we pay him, promote him, train him, develop him, deploy him, fire him based upon my rating of him as though my rating of him reflects him, and it doesn't, it reflects me. That's a problem. So I wrote about it in that's me, in that book, in that article. It caused a bit of a stir. Because I know it's a bit inside baseball, but everyone's life at work is mediated by something that's not true. And I don't mean that I'm sort of unconscious bias toward race or gender or age. I just mean each one of you has a unique, the effect is actually called the idiosyncratic rater effect, if you're interested. Because everyone's got an idiosyncratic pattern of ratings that we are unaware of. We wrote this, and then HBR, Harvard Business Review, came back and said, could you take that same free-thinking research approach and apply it to the world of work? And we said, yeah, sure. And it turns out when you take a free-thinking research approach to the world of work, gosh, there's a lot of things about work that we assume but just aren't true. And as this chap said, Mark Twain, he said, it ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble, it's what you know for sure that just ain't so. By the way, one of the things that just ain't so but we know for sure is that Mark Twain said that. That isn't actually by Mark Twain, just so you know. We think it is. Actually, no one knows who said it. So it's an example of itself, if you will. And these things... These things we know for sure that just ain't so. You could call them myths or misconceptions or we call them lies. It's hard enough, isn't it, to get the best out of yourself or your people, but it's really hard when you're fed a pack of lies and your company keeps pushing the lies. How many lies in a pack? I can hear you cry. 9, as it turns out, which is lucky because that's what we call the book. 9 lies about work, right? At this point in the presentation, I was going to take you through the 9. Because I thought they were interesting, and I thought it would help you sort of peel back the lie and reveal the truth. And I'm not going to do that. Based on Rachel and Angela, and so it's her fault, really. This goes wrong, but I'm going to deviate. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to show you these quickly, really quickly, and then show you what's really on my heart. If you want to dive into them, Harvard and I created this thing called freethinkingleader.org. So if you wanted to see it, it's free. If you wanted, as Rachel said, everything free that you need is on the web. We did every truth, every lie. Every truth, every lie. So if you want to dive into these truths and lies, go there. It's free. There's all the resources that you might need. Here quickly are the 9. And look, I know, they're going to look like truths. They are. I might linger on one just to sort of show you what I mean. But every one of them is misguided. Every one of them isn't based on data. Here are the 9 lies. Firstly, people care which company they work for. The data doesn't back that up. People care which company they join. But once they're there, they care about something else entirely. Here's one. The best plan wins. No, the world moves way too fast for plans. Plans are one of those weird things where the better they are, the worse they work. Number 3, the best companies cascade goals. Many CEOs, some like you, are worried about alignment. And you think that cascaded goals will help you make sure everyone's doing what you want them to do when you're not there to tell them to do it. If that were true, if these cascaded goals were helping the company align, you'd have thought, wouldn't you, that you would go back in during the year and tweak them and adjust your goals to meet the changing reality that you face. In fact, the data shows that less than 4% of you even go back in once and check your goals. And most of you do it at the beginning of the year. Some of you, and you know who you are, you go back in at the end, don't you? Tweak your goals. So they're just not slacky enough and not stretchy enough. They're just perfect. Yeah, you know who you are. Number 4 is this one. The well-rounded people Best people are well-rounded. I'm going to come back to that one. Here's one. People need feedback. No, they don't. Silly. Yeah, Rachel was talking about TikTok. You know the two fastest growing social networks in the world right now are TikTok and Snapchat. Both of them have one characteristic: no feedback. It's the one place they go where there's nobody judging you. We want attention, but that's really different than feedback. Number 6, of course, is this one. People can reliably rate other people. That's the one that began this with the article. Here's one. This is interesting. People have potential. No. No. Look, just because this one seems silly, because what do you, I'm fixed mindset, Marcus? Is that, what about a growth mindset? Yes, each one of you can grow. But I'm going to pick on Dave here. Like, Dave's got a bucket. In the bucket is a thing. It's green, fluorescent, perhaps. It's a liquid. It's called potential. And if he's got a lot of it, he carries it around with him, and it sort of turbocharges him wherever he goes. He learns more, he learns faster. It's just this special substance that sort of magically ups him up, and he gets all the goodies, all the good opportunities, all the money, all the opportunities. And if he's got a lot of the green substance in the bucket, we give him a name. We call him a high potential. He's a high potential. He's a hypo. He's a hypo. He's a hypo. Rachel, unfortunately, she's got a bucket. I think it has maybe a hole in it. Anyway, not much potential. Not much potential in the bucket. She's a lopo. Oh dear. Hypo, lopo. Maybe even a nopo. Okay. This is funny. Right after the point, you realize that 15% of Americans are labeled hypos. And you can't get rid of that. You can keep screwing up for most of your career. You're a hypo. Why? Because someone at some point on a 9-box grid put you up there. You're a hypo. The remainder of us, 85% of us, we're just, I don't know, taking up space. This is an apartheid. We've created this awful, I tell you, as a psychometrician, there is no such thing as potential, by which I mean, there's no substance like that Dave carries around with him that turbocharges his learning or performance regardless of role or regardless of position. Every single one of you has a bucket, and inside that bucket, for every single one of you, there's an opportunity to learn and grow differently. As Chris was saying, the managers treat people the same, the best leaders treat people differently. It's like managers play checkers and the best people play chess, the best leaders play chess. Each piece moves differently. And everybody can grow. So people have potential? No. There's no such thing as potential. It's much better said as every single one of us can grow. Yes, totally different. Here's another one that's interesting. Work-life balance matters most. Isn't balance a weird thing, by the way? Balance? Have you ever found that moment? Have you ever found that moment of perfect balance? Oh, it's Friday morning, about 11 o'clock. I found it. Weirdly, I did. My parents are happy, my kids are happy, the bank account's good, the job's good. You know, if you ever found that, you know what goes through your mind? Nobody move. Stop it. Balance is stasis. We used to think that everything was in balance because we just lived 60 years and we didn't realize the stars have been there forever. And they're not hanging there in balance, they're moving. Everything's motion. I mean, that's what, Rachel gets you to think about your motion in life, your movement through life. Sign up for life, show up. Why? Movement. So balance, what an awful thing to say to someone. Leadership is a thing, that's the last one. I know it's a tricky one, given everything that John's written about leadership, but the funny thing, but he and I, leaders are things. This is what John and his team know to the nth degree. Leaders are a thing, but boy, leadership, we seem to think if you want to be a better leader, there's a list of qualities, there's a list of attributes, competency model. Normally there is a model. It's normally put in a shape, often a circle, sometimes, daringly, a triangle. Always primary colors, I don't know why, but that's our leadership model. You want to be a leader? Get more leadership. Go get more leadership. Problem is, of course, you put the leaders, the best leaders you've ever known, put them up against the wall, and they all look different, don't they? They're all so different. They all have followers. Oh, well, that's different. But they all look different, which means that every one of the attributes in the model is optional. You take two white men of a certain age, Richard Branson and Warren Buffett, and no one in this room goes, oh, come on, Warren. If you worked at it, you could become more like Richard. Yeah, grow your hair, get some dental work, and a bigger ear. Hang on. So I did that, yeah? All right. Animated. Anyway, here are these 9. You can still hear me all right? All right, here are these 9. As I said, I was going to dive in. I'm not. I've got like 15, 20 minutes to dive into one thing that's on my heart. If you do want to dive into the line, go there. The one I want to talk about, because it sort of gets me there, is this one. Best people are well-rounded. And that's not a fake setup lie. We've asked this question of American parents for the last 25 years. Your child comes home with the following grades. English, A. Social studies, A. Biology, C. Algebra, F. Which grade deserves the most attention from you? And there isn't a single year where less than 70% of parents go with the F. We all go with the F. The question didn't say if you pick one grade, you must ignore all the others. It just said, hey, you've only got a certain amount of time with your kid. Where you spend most of F, 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 F. Why? Because the well-rounded child is better. The well-rounded student is better, apparently. The well-rounded employee is better. That's what we think is what we institutionalize in our education systems. We were talking about John's podcast last night. Why? Why are we so fixated? Notwithstanding what Rachel was saying about, could you just catch your 11-year-old doing something right? Could you? Notwithstanding that, what's interesting about that point is it's so different from what the 75 or 70% of us are thinking. I don't know why you believe we're so deficiency-focused. I think a lot of it does have to do with fear. I think we're more fearful of our weaknesses than we are honoring of our strengths. It's part of the human condition. We are, in psychology, we say, know someone's fear, you'll know their need. We are frightened of Fs. And the world reinforces, the ecosystem of education reinforces that. We're frightened of the Fs. To bring this to life, just have a child. Rachel has 4 of them. You poor fool. But you... I have 2. How many of you have kids, just so I can say? Okay. Oh, how many of you have kids, all of whom are under 5? All of yours are under 5? Oh, 1, under 5. Okay. All of us with kids over 5, my kids are Jack and Lily are in their teens. All of us who've got kids over, we know something you don't. And I'm going to share this with you because it might help you, and also because it'll help you feel the fear, which is my gift to you. As I'm saying this, I'm realizing, for reasons that will become really apparent in about 2 minutes, I'm never going to be able to share this story again, ever, which is sad because I think it's actually helpful, but I won't be able to. When I took Jack to his open school night with his mum, we were married at the time, we're now divorced, sadly. We went, and the first thing that we bumped into was the art wall, where the teachers had taken the pictures the children had drawn and they put the name of the child in the bottom right-hand corner. And almost the moment you get in there, every parent, you take a huge interest, because now you realize for the first time you're about to see your child's work compared to everyone else's child in public for the first time. Remember that? Prior to that moment, everything that Jack drew was, oh, I don't know what it is, but it's lovely, darling. That's a lovely one. Put that one on the fridge. Inside of the fridge, but that's okay, we'll put it up. Right? Self-esteem, so important for the young child. And then as parents, we all pretend, once we get anxious, we all pretend we're there for not real reasons as parents. We're not there with parental skin in the game. We're there as, we actually all pretend, it's like 60 of us, we all pretended we're there as art critics. So you heard these kind of disembodied lines going up and down, as people would say, oh, that's an interesting one. That's by Aiden. He's good with flying things. And Zoe's good with shape. Those must be mountains. Could be witches' hats. Her choice as the artist. But of course, you'll do this. You will. You're desperately searching for your own child's work. Panic. I was. I looked around. A lot of color. A lot of good color. A bit more impressionistic than my taste. But anyway, a lot of color. There's one offering that was shoved way over to the far right, I think deliberately. Black and white picture, odd figures in it with big, big, big heads, and no neck or torso to speak of at all. Just limbs, a lot of them, sticking right out of the heads. Like it was spiders on speed. And in the bottom right-hand corner, the child had written an offensive word. Jack. This will have every fiber of you. The fear will grip you like a serpent, and you'll want to break ranks with the other parents and run over and just change the name. Jackie. I don't know who Jackie is. Might want to call social services on her parents, because right? But you can't move because you can't move. So you do the low finger point with your spouse at the time. And his mom, Jack's mom, goes, I see it. And I'm like, what do we do? And she goes, painting tutor. I'm like, painting tutor. Didn't even know such thing. I'm like, amazing. So we're having that kind of conversation. Oh, by the way, you have to keep the grin. Keep the grin. Keep smiling. Do the pretending thing that Rachel was talking about. Because anxiety for other parents is like blood in the water for sharks. They'll be all over you. Like, no. Just keep, no, well, yeah, totally, grin. Keep doing that. I knew he was going to draw that. Actually kind of proud of it. So we're talking like this. Right between us pops the teacher. His name's Lorne. He's Canadian. Not sure what it has to do with the story, but anyway, he pops his head. And he goes, come with me. And you're like, oh, I'm not ready for this. It's like you're going to the principal's office. Now we have a limp for some reason as we try to go really slowly. And he takes us over to the, sorry for those of you there, but he takes us over to the math part of the classroom where there aren't pictures, but there are equations. The kids have picked an equation and they've solved it, and the teachers have put up on the wall, and then they put the name of the kid in the bottom right-hand corner again. So Lorne goes, do you see Jax? And we're, you know, as parents, we're gun-shy at this point. You're like, no. And Lorne goes, look, it's here. 13 minus 8 equals 5. And we both went, is that right? Is that... like, yes. And then Lorne goes, and this is so cool. He learned from really great teachers. He said, look, before you go hiring a painting tutor, you might want to ask yourself why he's pushing ahead further than the rest of the class. He went with subtraction. We haven't covered subtraction. He went with teens, numbers in the teens. More than 10, for those of you who struggle with that. Teens. Made it harder. Why did he do that? And then he said a beautiful line. He said, look, if you want your child to learn more, you might want to look at where he now learns best. Right? Oh, look now, which is a corollary to what Rachel was saying. Not just to praise. Don't do it to celebrate him. Interrogate it. Why? Why do you think that way, Jack? What do you learn? Such a beautiful thing. I can never tell that story again because Jack grew up. And he's 18 now. He's 6'3". It's harder to hug and stuff. Still a terrible painter. But on March 12th of this year, I got a call from him. It was 6:35 in the morning. It was a beautiful spring day. The jasmine was just blooming. And I pick up the phone. I live 15 minutes away, but he called up and said, Dad, his voice was flat. He said, Dad, can you come round? I'm like, I'm just going to work. He goes, can you come round? I'm like, why? He goes, because Mom's just been arrested by the FBI. And I've never shared that. I mean, everyone and their mother has been calling me the last 6 months. The Wall Street Journal and Good Morning America and the Today Show, everybody. I've never shared this, so I don't even know where this is going to go. But, I think the smell of jasmine is forever ruined for me. Because I'm shocked, Jack's mom is not a bad person. Like, she's Captain Marvel, gets things done. Like, she's the anti-flake. So it didn't compute, and I got in the car, and it felt like it was 3 hours to get there, and also no time at all. And I get in the house, and they're both sitting there, Lilia and Jack, and they're on the floor, this wooden floor, and it felt like someone was moving. It was a weird feeling, like someone was moving a house. Like if I were to open the doors, you'd find the things in boxes and movers about. It just felt empty. And you spend the first hour sort of consoling, like 9 FBI agents came in, guns drawn, and took their mum away. And then Jack's on Twitter, and he's finding out that this is actually part of a raid, that there's a lot of people that have been taken away. And then he gets the government complaint on how he finds the government complaint. I still haven't found it, 6 months later, but he's half an hour in, he finds it. And I forgot my glasses, and I can't read it, so we're both, Lily and I, sort of hanging around his back, looking at what, and he says, well, she's not mentioned until page 15. It says something about honest services fraud. Maybe she's a witness. And then both of them gasp, and he goes, and he says one line, he just says, Mom paid Rick Singer $50,000 to cheat on my ACT, and she's planning to do the same for Lilia. And if you've ever seen someone crumple from the inside, every aspect of that sentence hit him all at once as he realized that his achievements, and he called me 3 or 4 months before that and was so proud of what he'd done, was not his own. The person who he loved most in the world had committed to a life of lying to him, and he crumpled from the inside. And I hugged him, again, bigger, so harder, but I hugged him, and he just said in my ear, "What's going to happen now, Dad?" And I didn't have anything. Like, talk about being deep in the forest. You're like, when I get hurt, I bounce back. If I'm the warrior, someone cuts me, okay, I'll work. When someone hurts your kids, you're split open, right? You're just split open. And if it's their mother, it just doesn't compute. And so I spent the last 6 months, and I got to tell you, as Rachel was saying, there's days you wake up and you're just bawling. You wake up crying. You look in the mirror and you're like, and you start thinking about the ecosystem of the school system, and there's too much money, and then there's stupid. I know about tests. Those ACTs and SATs measure nothing about the uniqueness of the child. I know that. Like, what should I say about that? The stupid irony here, my entire career is focused on using reliable data to reveal the truth about a person. This is a scandal where fake data hides the truth about a person. It would be funny if it wasn't so awful. And of course, parents, like, we're in there too. I woke up one day and I had this image, this sort of horrible nightmare dream of everyone grabbing the joystick of Pac-Man. All these parents grabbing the joystick of Pac-Man, and you're just moving your child. You see the fruit and you go for it, and then they get to be an honor student, and you get the bumper sticker and you put it on the car, and then they get to go from the A club soccer team to the B, and you just let it slip at the cocktail party that they just moved to the A. Oh, yours is still in the B. Oh, well. And then we just keep moving, and then there's the ghost behind, but we jerk and yank and jerk and yank, and we get to the next level. Yay! It's like parenting is a competitive sport where there's scores, and the finish line is the college acceptance. And of course, you look at that and you go, parenting is not a competitive sport. There's no scores. There's no finish line. There's no winners. There's only losers, most of them children. And you go, what are we doing? John talks about transforming countries through values. It's like, what? If someone were to come into my house and say, oh, you know what we could do? Just cheat for your son. Every single one of us, I think, in this room would go, get the hell out of my room. Get out of my house. And yet that didn't happen here. And you go, what? And you get stopped. My entire life has been based on seeing, again, sorry to keep pointing to Rachel, but I'm so right, seeing the truth of a human, the best of a human, strength finder, not deficiency, weakness finder. It's like, come on. So you get thrown, man. You get so thrown. And when you're in that depth, I think finally, and the reason why I'm sharing this now is, I finally figured out, I had nothing to say. I couldn't figure out what to say. I just kept looking at the ecosystem that was broken and some of the parenting strategies that many of us actually do that are broken, and you sort of marinate in brokenness. And if you end up there, no matter how much problem solving you do, you live in that darkness. And so I stopped. I did what some of you would do. You sort of find at the end of a thread in your life that feels true, and you pull it, see where it leads. And I put my free thinking research hat back on. And I was like, I've got to look at where's any light? Where's any point of light? Where's anything that works? What do I have that's anything that works? And for me, maybe it would have been the same for you, some of you. It was my mom and dad, Graham and Joe. They're not perfect as parents, but I went back to that and went, what did they do for me and my brother and sister? My dad, first one in our family to go to college, rational, super rational guy. My mom didn't go to college. Dad was a coal miner. Dad before that was a coal miner. Mom is a person of faith and spirituality. She's right now 80, going on 60, and heals to this day in the name of Jesus Christ. Like, that's my mom. She does, right? So they're different, but they did share one thing, maybe two things. One is they believed in the uniqueness of the child. Again, as Rachel was saying, you got 4 kids, you don't know. You have 4 unique individuals. Where did they come from? Your children are not your children. God sort of gave them to you, and you just try and see them the best day you can. My parents certainly, Graham and Joe certainly believed that. 3 really different kids treated really differently. And the second thing they believed in was space making. Space making. They were super intelligent space makers. You leave a space and you let the child bounce around inside it. The walls of the space are made of love, so you've got things to, but you make the space, you leave the space, you're an intelligent space maker. And that might sound theoretical to you, but for me, it had massive value as a child. Because I grew up between the ages of 0 and 13, I couldn't speak. Which is weird given what I'm doing now, but I couldn't speak. I had a stutter, a terrible stutter. Not a sweet little one, but one of those ones where you start talking, the person, you can see their expression go from oh to oh to, and it ends up like it's the Fish Called Wanda scene where John Cleese is like, just spit it out! Like, that was my life for my first 13 years. And as a parent, a stammer is a really difficult thing because not only that you cannot do anything about it, but the more you try, the worse it gets. The more you intervene, they took me to one speech pathologist one time where the guy was like, Peter Piper, say that. I thought, the more he pushed, the worse I got. My mouth just shut down. And so they went, you know what, you're either going to figure out how to live happily within your stammering world or you'll find a way through it, but we are not going to tell you how to, we're going to create love and space. And it was hard, right? Now it's not life-threatening. It's not like I had some disease, but as a boy, I don't know, it's hard. Particularly if you have a name like Marcus Buckingham. Try and say that name with a stammer. It's like you end up hooked and thrashing on the length of the long line of your name like a dead fish. My first day at school at 6, I go and the elder boy goes, hi, what's your name? I'm like, I try and say the word Marcus. I can't get it out at all. It's just one long M. So I shut up. He looks at me weird. We go into the teacher. The teacher goes, what is your name? And the elder boy, I still remember this, goes, he couldn't say. And the teacher goes, he didn't say? And he goes, no, I couldn't say. And so he goes, what's your name? And I go, I tried Buckingham. I'm like, Marcus is a disaster. Buckingham. And it just was right? And for the rest of my time there, that was my nickname. It was done that day. Which again, isn't a disaster. It's just, and I was okay. Mom loved me, Dad loved me, it was all good. And then one day, 13 years old, and I've got 3 more minutes here, John, is that okay? I think 3 minutes, or 40, I don't know. Anyway, right before you graduated at 13, they picked 5 boys. I went to an all-boys school. 5 boys to read aloud in chapel. And I never worried about it that much because I'm like, no one's going to pick me. I can't read aloud in class, let alone reading aloud in chapel. And then I see it. I remember it was a Tuesday. I see it in red ink, my name for reading next week. And I'm like, fear. And the day before I was supposed to speak, Mr. Pratt, his name was, the headmaster, he took me into chapel, and a 5-minute reading turned into 20 minutes of just suffering for both of us. I go home. I don't really complain about the suffering to Mom and Dad, but I tell them, really bad news, guys. I'm supposed to read aloud in chapel tomorrow, and I'm waiting for Mom and Dad to do what many moms and dads would do, to pick up the phone and go, Mr. Pratt, you will not be humiliating my child in that way. My child's self-esteem is paramount. It's what everything's all about, and you will not have him stand. Like I was waiting for them to do the thing that parents do. You reach in and you fix stuff for your child. And all my mom said, straight back, good posture, she said, that'll be lovely, Poppet. And I'm like, there's no part of that that's like, it'll be lovely, Poppet. And you're like, so the next morning I get up, I'm petrified. I can't, it seems weird because I'm doing this, right? So you go, well, really? I can't speak. And I'm going to stand up in front of all my friends, and they're reading along. It wasn't actually a piece from the Bible. It was a commentary on a piece in Corinthians, but they all had it. Like they could see every word. Can you imagine? Anyway, I get up. I walk around to the lectern. I stand at the lectern, and I look up, and I can't even begin to find the words to tell you quite what happened. Like a feeling came over my head, like it was around my head. My throat opened up, and I did it's like I saw 400 pairs of eyes, and the words came perfectly. Not a single stammer, right? Yeah. I didn't do anything. It just happened. And I don't know what happened. My dad says it's just synapses. My mom thinks it's the Holy Spirit. Maybe it's a combination, right? I don't know. I do know only these 2 things. I know from that point on, I tricked the world. I decided when I was going to talk to one person, I would pretend in my own little head that I was talking to 400. I would pretend, I took a strength, if you will, a thing that strengthened me, and then I used it to overcome a weakness. For some stupid, crazy reason, talking to 400 people gives me fluency. Talking to one, I have disfluency. 400, and from that moment on, the stammer went away. It took a week. So it went away so much that people in my next school didn't even know I had one, ever. Unbelievable. So I knew that. The second thing I knew is that my mom and dad didn't know what would happen in this space. They didn't know. Like it all seems fine now in retrospect, but they didn't know that was going to happen. They had no idea that was going to happen. Imagine the faith that must have taken. Yeah, but son, go on, off you go. But imagine the faith that must have taken. They didn't know. It's the last thing it says. There's no speech pathology textbook that says, chapter 5, throw them into some public speaker and let's see what happens. Because no one does that. And I shudder. I shudder to think that my mom or dad would have picked up the phone and stopped it. Because if she'd have stopped it, I wouldn't have gone up there, and I wouldn't have seen what I saw, and I wouldn't have felt what I felt, and I wouldn't have learned what I learned. And so in some really meaningful ways, I wouldn't be who I am. And that's what I learned from my Grandma Joe, space making. So if I can just leave you, I think, with this one thought, that what every single instinct of yours is to grab the joystick on the Pac-Man game and jerk and pull, and even when you say, I'm doing it for love, you're not. Love is space making. Become a great space maker. So when every instinct says reach in, remember, when you take away the space, you take away the choice. When you take away the choice, you take away the learning. When you take away the learning, you take away growth. And also, and I suppose, Marcy, most important, you take away love. You take away love. Rachel was saying this, see your child. You can't love what you can't see. You can't love what you can't see. Create the space, see the child. People have said to me that the hardest thing for my son or any of the kids involved in this to deal with is that their mothers or fathers didn't have faith in them. And yeah, that's going to be hard to process. But what's even harder is that deep down, those parents basically said to those children, I don't want to see you. Not for who you really are. I don't want to see you. I don't know how he's going to process that. So please, make space, see the child, see your people. It's a gift that you're giving them. So John, just by way of closing, I want to thank you, first of all. Jack's mom is going to be sentenced on October the 23rd, 2 weeks from now. I have no idea what to do. I don't know which child to be with. I have no playbook for this. I'm a part of a forest I've never been in, and I'm angry. In case it doesn't come across, I am super angry. Someone has hurt my child. And I said to John, how do I forgive someone who hasn't apologized? I've had no apology. And John said, you have to forgive her because the forgiving isn't for her, it's for you. And I thank you. And then I'm just going to say thank you to you all. I'm a repressed, uptight Brit, and this doesn't come very easily for me at all. So thank you for listening. And I hope that there might be some small part of my experience that when you get lost in the forest, you can still find some way to rally those around you, your kids, your followers, to a brighter future. Thank you, Matt.
That's beautiful. I think we just had church. Okay, so wow. This would be a time where I would share my Tracy takeaway, but since Marcus gave it to me, it's not really fair. So now I'm gonna let you share your takeaway. We're gonna just take a moment and turn to the person to your left or right, and in a very short amount of time, share your takeaway with a friend. Go. Okay, great job, leaders. Great job. I know, I feel like we could process it for a while. I think we will. Definitely a lot of A's, C, and T's. You've done amazing work, but we still have one more session. And he's been with us before. We're going to bring him up again. But just to tell you a little bit about my interaction with John and how he's impacted my life is someone first told me about John when I was 21 years old. And that was 28 years ago. I'll do the math for you. I'm 49. And it was before I'd had any of my 6 kids, and I was newly married. And I decided that one day I was going to be a business owner. But in that time, I knew I wanted to have and adopt a whole bunch of kids. So I started preparing myself young. And someone told me, you've got to hear this guy. He's coming out of the church into the business world. And I decided that I would have John be my mentor. I didn't use that terminology back then. It's much more common today. But I started practicing in my family. Before I had influence anywhere else, I started practicing in my own family with my 6 kids. And when he talks about having a vision for your company and culture eating vision for lunch, I had a vision for my family, as I'm sure many of you do, and I wanted to create a culture within my family that trumped the culture outside of our home. And that's a tall order. But I knew that John, everything that he was saying for business, it applies to family. And so by the time I actually was a business owner, I used it then as a youth pastor. I was a youth pastor. By the time I was a business owner, I was really good when adults in business acted like teenagers, because I'd already lived with teenagers and dealt with them in my own house and in my ministry. And so doing this in a business setting was like, I've been practicing for this my whole life. I cannot imagine what my life, but more specifically, my precious kids, I can't imagine what our marriage, what our family would look like if I didn't apply all of this to our family. So please welcome our mentor, our lifelong mentor, and dear, dear friend, John Maxwell.
Thank you very much. Have you enjoyed this day? Okay. I am not going to finish my book. Now you do have to buy it. No, I can't. I can't finish the book. I've got to do what I need to do. And so I'm going to do it. As I've sat on the front row and listened and participated in this day, there are three or four things I just want to talk to you about that I saw in the leader speakers that you had. And so if you just allow me to father you for a few moments, in some cases grandfather you. Gosh, I used to have people come up and say, your books changed my life, and I'd thank them, and then 20 years later, their kids would come up and say, my dad gave me your books, and they changed your life. And a couple weeks ago, somebody said, Grandpa, and I said, just shut up. Just shut up. We don't want to hear about Grandpa, okay? So I'm sitting there, Rachel changes her lesson and Marcus changes his, and Marcus and I had some very special moments yesterday evening together, just kind of doing my best to love him and walk him through this very difficult process that I knew he was going to share with you today. So let me tell you, Tracy's been giving you the takeaways. Let me give you some takeaways I have. The first one that just stands out in all of our speakers today is authenticity. Just real people. Real people who don't have their act together. Real people who have questions like you have. Real people who have experienced incredible setbacks and failures, huge losses. Real people who got disillusioned. Real people. And one of the things I hate about success is it separates you from people And I saw that happening to me a few years ago, and I hated it. I hated it. I thought, I love people. I value people. The last thing I want them to do is have a gap between me and them. And so I, as a leader, I said, how do I close that gap? And I made a decision that was a good decision. And that is, I said, I don't want to have fans. You see, when you have fans, they just look up at you and they applaud and they just say, you're amazing and I just love you and I could never be like you. I decided I didn't want to have fans. I just want to have friends. And I was going to close that gap. And the only way you close the gap is through authenticity. I decided I'm not going to let anybody put me on a pedestal because I know who I am. And to be on a pedestal wouldn't be who I am. Sometimes when I'm with leaders, especially young leaders, I have a little teaching. I'll just maybe take 5 minutes on this. And it's called Walk Between the Lines. And the Walk Between the Lines teaching is just a very simple teaching. It's about authenticity. It's about being real. Over on the left side is the failure area, my failures, and over on the right side are my successes. And there are some days in my life that I'm just clicking, and I'm over into this, we're here on the success side, and when I am, I appreciate the moment, but I very quickly get out of there as quickly as I can because that's not real. I'm not always that good. I had a great mentor, Fred Smith, who looked at me when I was 35 years old, and he said, John, let's have a long lunch. We had a 3-hour lunch in San Diego at the Brigantine Restaurant in La Mesa. And Fred looked at me and said, John, let me explain something to you. You have gifts that are off the charts, ridiculous gifts. And people are going to tell you, they're going to see your gifts and they're going to say, you're amazing. Oh my God, you're amazing. Oh gosh, you're just amazing. He said, I want you to know right now, you're not. You're not amazing. He says, I know you. There's nothing amazing about you except your gifts. Now he said, your gifts are amazing. He said, they're ridiculous. And so he said, when they come to you and they want to put you on a pedestal or they want to give you a position higher than you know that you really are, or they want to think of you better than you really are, he said, I just want you to always remember your gifts are greater than you. Your gifts are God-given. You didn't earn those gifts. That's why they call them gifts. He said, now, you're to work your gifts and cultivate your gifts and do your best with your gifts, but they're your gifts. You didn't earn them. They can be taken away. He said, your gifts are amazing, not you. So he said, don't ever allow people to put you on a pedestal, lift you higher than what you really are. And so every time I finish speaking, or anytime I get an award or whatever, when I walk off the stage and people are clapping and cheering, many times on their feet, I look up to him and I'm saying, I'm not amazing. You're amazing. You're amazing. No, you're amazing. So don't get stuck on the right side. Because when things are going really well, we're not as good as we think we are. That's why I always say that every person ought to have children. Because if you have children, they'll make sure you don't stay there. The most humbling thing in the world is having kids. I remember when I was a pastor and before we had our children, oh my gosh. You talk about an incredible communicator. when I talked to parents about children, I was awesome. Awesome. I just helped them know how to parent. And then I had one. And the first one was really going pretty good, so I even got worse. Then I had my son. If my son would have been in the first one, he'd have been the only one. You with me? And by the way, leaders, we all need this balance of win and loss in our life. It's the loss that keeps us humbled. It's the loss that keeps us real. It's the loss that teaches us character. I was on an executive call with a major CEO, very successful. You would know his name. And I was talking to him about failure, because you see, over here is the failure line, okay? And just like I don't want to just stay over here and think I'm better than I am because I know who I really am. I don't want to, when I get over here in the ditch, and we all get in the ditch. Have you been in the ditch lately? It's a spiritual gift in my life. So I was talking to the CEO, and I was talking to him about mistakes and failures, and I said, would you like to go back and do over, some of the bad decisions you made, some of the, the left turns you made instead of the right turn? Would you like to go back and do them over? I'll never forget what I said. He said, no. He said, I don't want to do any of them over. And it got real silent on the phone. I wasn't going to comment on that. I'm going to wait him out. And he said, in my failures, that's where I developed my character. And he said, I wouldn't trade my character for good decisions. If I would have made all good decisions, I would never be the person on the inside that I am. And that inspired me, and I began to teach a lesson on how to become bigger on the inside than you are on the outside. Because you see, if you're bigger on the inside, you don't need to worry about the outside. It'll do real well. But if you're bigger on the outside than you're on the inside, it's only a matter of time till it all comes down. So here's what I know. When I'm over in the failure ditch, I got to get out of it, and I got to get back in the middle. And when I'm over in the success pedestal, I got to get out of it, and I got to get in the middle. And the reason I got to get in the middle is because this is where real life is. Good days, bad days. And that's why I tell people all the time, my name is John, and I'm just your friend. And I know this. People don't want a perfect leader, but they do want an authentic leader. They want someone who will own up to their failures, and one that will laugh at themselves, because I tell people all the time, you ought to laugh at yourself more. Everyone else is. They're all cracking up over you. So I just heard authenticity from our speakers today. The second thing was action. Just take action. Don't wait to get perfect. Don't wait to where you think that you've arrived. Just get in the game. Just get in the game. Get started. When I was a child, my father used to love to sit down and say to me, John, you've heard this, it's an old one. 5 frogs are on the log. 4 decide to jump off. How many frogs are left? 1. No, he said all 5. Just because you decide to do something doesn't mean you did it. I mean, if Rachel didn't encourage you to enter into whatever your world is in social media before you were ready, I mean, It's a comedy. It was ready, get set. No, it was just not get ready, not get set. It was just go. And she just did it. And she didn't do it right. She didn't do it great. She didn't do it proper. But she did it. And I just sit here and I think to myself, I think the two words that are just the most deceiving words in the English language are good intentions. Honest to God. Good intentions are worthless unless they lead to good actions. You gotta cross that bridge. And so many times I think there's a tendency for us to say, well, we're not ready. And I love it because people come to me and say, well, I'm working hard so that I've never done this before, so when I do it, I really want to do it really good. And I look at them and I say, let me help you. My name is John. I'm your friend. You're never good the first time. No one's good the first time. Your goal isn't to be good the first time. Your goal is just to do it. I mean, when you started to walk, you didn't one day get up and say, let's take a walk. You took a step and fell, took a step and fell. When you started to talk, you know how it works. It's just, you're never good the first time. And what I'm saying to you is that you're never good the first time, so get over it. Forget yourself. Forget yourself so you can give yourself. You see, when you forget yourself, you can give yourself to people. But as long as it's all about me, I'm never going to get started. Because I'm never going to live up to what I hope people will think of me. You're not wanting people to think right of you. You just want people to think you want to help them. And you just start. Just get in the arena of action. Just go. Just go. And when you mess up, say, oh, well, you know, somebody says, well, why do you start? You start so you can do it again and again and again and again and again and again. What's Malcolm Gladwell say? 10,000 times before you're good. People, when they hear me communicate, they say, John, gosh, you're so good. Well, I should be. I've done this 12,000 times. If I'm not good at speaking now, I certainly didn't find my strength, Marcus. Some of you are just sitting on something and quit waiting to hatch it. Move. What is it right now that you've been thinking about that you need to stop thinking about it and just start doing it? The third thing I heard in our speakers today just tremendously was generosity. They were all about today about serving you, helping you, adding value to you. And I want to stop here just for a second to tell all of our satellite sites. We have John Maxwell team coaches that are hosting those sites. And I want you, if you haven't already today, I want you to go see them. And they want to serve you. They want to give to you. They have an abundance mindset. They've got things that they can add value to and help you. And they live a generous lifestyle. So be sure to see them. Be sure to see them and connect in that way. But I am telling you, Angela, I'm never going to forget sitting here and you sitting there. And you telling me your dad's advice to you was 60-40. Give 60. Expect 40. That is so different than the world's way of thinking. We are so much into what I'm going to receive and what I'm going to get and what's in it for me. Let me just say, this will help you. This will help you. I consider the success of my day not by the harvest I reap, but by the seeds I sow. I am a seed sower. And every day, when people talk about success, when Rachel was talking, no social media when I started. There wasn't even media when I started. I think we were writing on cave walls somewhere, starting a fire and that whole process there. And people say, well, John, how did you get there? I didn't try to get here. Never tried to get here. Never entered my mind that I would get here. I couldn't even do a goal-setting seminar with integrity. But I know what I did try to do. Every day I just tried to add value to people. Every day. Every day, what can I do for you? How can I serve you? How can I make life a little bit better for you? How can I give you a helping hand? And the return I'm getting is so ridiculous, I don't even touch it. It's kind of like the gifts. The gifts and the return, I put them over there in kind of a special compartment. And I hesitated on sharing this, but I'm going to share this last, and then we're done with the day. It's been so good. It's been so good. Every year, I'm a person of faith. Okay, you know that. I know that. We're friends. You're a person of faith, not a person of faith. Don't care. Love you unconditionally. There ain't nothing you're going to ever do that make me not love you, so don't try. Some of you are working hard on it. Every year I ask God to give me a word. I've done this for 20 years. Give me a word. Give me a word. And every year in December, usually the last part, I get a word. And 2 years ago, I got the word for the year, for the next year, Father. And by the way, I only ask for a word. I don't ask for a sentence, don't ask for a paragraph. I don't think I can handle it. Just a word. It's just one word. That's all. That's just about my capacity, okay? And a couple years ago, I got the word Father. And I knew that I was to father, especially leaders. And it's probably because I'm old. I'm old. I'm old. I'm hoping to die young at a ripe old age. I'm 72. My window's getting tight. And I'm not one of these that looks at the next generation and thinks they're going to go to hell. You know how some people, they just think, boy, when I die, the world's going to pot. I'm getting out just in time. Let me explain something to you. First of all, when you die, you're taking yourself way too serious. Way too serious. When you die and they bury you, and they go back to the community center for the potluck. 30 minutes after they buried you, the biggest question on their mind is, where is the potato salad? In 30 minutes, you've been replaced with potato salad. So get over yourself. Just get over yourself, okay? Just get over this whole process. But I'm to be a father. And what's interesting is when I got to my next year, I said, what's my word for this year? And he said, Father. And I'm looking to next year and I'm saying, what's my word? And he's saying, Father. You're going to father all the way out. So I wrote this down. As a father, I'm to bless and empower leaders. I'm to bless you. I'm to empower you. I'm to unconditionally love you as a father. I'm to revel in your success. And I'm to be the example for others to follow. I love you. Just wait. I love you. I believe in you. And we have L2L every year to plant seeds of potential growth into your life to help you go beyond anything you could imagine. And listen to me. When you go beyond anything you imagine, there's one person that's not surprised. His name is John. And I'm your friend. Thank you very much.
One more round of applause for all of our speakers today, right? Did we have an amazing day? All right, have a seat. Well, we hope that you have your one step that you're going to act on to make a difference for you and the team that you lead. Because as John said, when we pour into the leaders around us, that brings our greatest return. So let's remember as we leave here today that we are going to challenge ourselves to take one intentional step every day. And I have a step for you right now, and that is to write down this date for Live to Lead next year. October 9th, 2020, we are going to be gathering again. So sign up for to be at your simulcast site. Sign up to join us live here in Atlanta. We want you back here next year, and we want you to bring other leaders with you. Thank you so much for joining us today. We love you, we appreciate you, and we will see you next year.
All right, wow, that was fantastic. Was that not a wonderful Live to Lead? I'm still processing all of the things that I heard today, especially in this last session. I hope you're doing the same. So quickly, I have some announcements. Please, if you're general admission, you're leaving, fill out your surveys, and there's a next steps form if you're interested in anything there. There are the volunteers, the kids are out in the atrium to give you your promo item. Remember, you get either the car coaster or the card holder on the back of the phone, which is fantastic. The other thing is that how successful people think, that's still available for the rest of today for that great price, and we still have some books. Do we have books back there? Okay, so keep that in mind. If you are going to, if you know you're going to go to Live to Lead next year, you can get a fantastic value on your ticket. On the back page of your program, there's QR codes for, you will never see these prices for Live to Lead after today. So take advantage of that if you know you're going to be there. And let's see, make sure I have everything. Door prizes are coming. Connie's got that taken care of. And then for VIP people, so you will go into the VIP cafe. Your lunch is ready for you. Your promo items are there for you. And then we're going to start the local leadership panel as soon as we can get in there and get started. So we might be just a little bit behind, but we'll catch up on that. So I'll hand it over to Connie. Go ahead and do those door prizes. And let's see, who can, because I'm going to go ahead and take care of that. Okay, thank you.
One hand. Okay, did y'all have a good time today? Everybody got something to take away? I hope so. All right. Our first person is, I happen to recognize the card, is Bayana Davis. There we go. All right. Let's see who we've got. Now, last year when I did this, I forgot my glasses. Kind of important. All right, let's see. Next, I have Danielle Smith. Is Danielle in the room? Danielle? Patty, do I draw another, or? I'll put it right here for a second. People are here, so yep, draw another one. All right, let's see. We have a studio and spa lady. Let me find Dr. Patricia Forte. And there's a workshop on the back of that, so make sure you look at the envelope on the back. And these are from our Maxwell people that helped Patty. Next, I have Lifestyle Publications. Jennifer. We're so excited when we hear our name, right?
Yeah, thank
you. There you go. All right, let's see. I got two more. Let's see, dig deep. I threw them all around so they're all mixed up. I have Will Harbin. Will's not jumping up and down. Will Harbin. All right, let's see. I have a card here. Somebody found something to write on. Heather Scott. Heather. Some people went out the door early. How many of us do that every so often, right? All right, here we have Brenton Briggs. Brenton Briggs. There you go, Brenton. We got one more. And let's see. Cassandra Gerald. Cassandra? All right, here we go. One last one. Nitch, I think, Worth, Chick-fil-A. Nitch Worth. These might be some of the kids that are in the other room, maybe. All right, one last one. It's a Hannah Brothers. If I could get a hold of it. Let's see. All right, Sharon Turner. Sharon Turner. All right, I pulled out two. Here's the other one. Chris Campbell. All right, so I'm going to my name's not in here. I'm getting ready to call my name for the last one. Patty's like, we got to move. All right, Sean Snyder. Sean Snyder. All right, I'm going to pick out you in the red jacket right there. This is yours. I don't know her, so I can pick her, right?
I never win anything.
There you go. You're welcome. Here you go, Patty.
Yeah, thank you very much, Connie. I just forgot to mention for VIP people who have a special meal, you need to take your Chick-fil-A meal and bring it to the back, and we'll exchange that out. Thank you, Connie. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful day if you're not staying. And you've got more to come if you are. So, all right.